Thank you for joining our fortnightly discussion. This is featuring a number of panelists, including Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman. TJump, also known as TJump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show who joins us on occasion. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is linked in the YouTube video description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JL Warren. That's WARREN. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. The Canadian Atheists website is at canadianatheists.ca, and the YouTube channel for me is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That's RANDOLF Richardson. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Ra's YouTube channel, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco, our organizer, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and I'll just mention that it's important to mention that Taco's not going to be with us today. He has some other commitments, but I guess that leaves me to look after the queue of people who are going to be joining us, and we have one person already. But just before we start, I just wondered, did anybody have any pressing news that they wanted to share before we begin?
Did you say
I love the
Netherlands?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, the Netherlands.
I must have screwed it up. I'm sorry. I thought I heard people on the radio describe it that way. So,
well, you might be careful because JL. I was watching JL warm up the crowd, and he's got a Peter from the Netherlands as well. So be careful.
I do.
You might be annoyed.
I do, and I tried really hard not to mess up pronouncing his name because I think I screwed it up because it's VLIET and
Peter van Vliet. If I'm not correct.
But where's the der in there? Because there's a Van der.
Peter van der Vliet.
Fleet. So that V is like an F?
Yes, a soft F.
Van der Vliet. Okay, fantastic. Awesome. Thank you.
Peter, what is the correct pronunciation of your country name?
The Netherlands if you want to do it in Dutch, Nederland.
Okay, so I wasn't too far off.
not too far.
I just want to say that although Taco will not be here with us today, that we are holding a holiday in his honor. Please, everyone, this Tuesday, join me in Taco Tuesday.
He's with us in spirit.
Exactly.
So we're having Taco Mass?
Indeed, we are. But yes, welcome everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
And we've got Dul Carnane. I'm hoping I'm probably mispronouncing your name too. What is the correct pronunciation? And welcome. And how are you?
Thank you. it's not too far off. It's pronounced as Dhul Karnain, but that's pretty close. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What have you got for us today?
I just want to say hello, guys.
Good
I
morning.
think like
Yeah.
hard to convince, and I'm not used to do this kind of stuff, but I can share like my thoughts if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, please do. We'll gladly give you a minute or two to share your point of view. And we are, it may seem that we're hard to convince. The intention here is to look at these different, to consider these different arguments that try to convince us, because we are not close to it. It's just we want something that will be convincing enough for us, any of us. So yes, please proceed.
Essentially,
Yeah.
Duel, we know that you're convinced. So whatever convinced you, you can present that. So, and we look forward to hearing what you got. So
That's actually a good point, I think. Well, of course, like I was born into a Muslim family, so by default I was a Muslim, but I have been like researching other religions and also atheism throughout my life. But in the end, like the religion of Islam has like prevailed in me. My reasons are as follows. Like there are multiple, I think. The first one would probably be the necessity of an entity that is independent and overall like powerful enough to create everything that we can observe, and everything that we can observe, I believe, is dependent on something. I think this is also called the contingency argument, right? So this is like something that is convincing me that at least some sort of higher power, probably outside the universe, exists and made things into come into existence. By the way, sorry, English is like my third language, so
Your English is, you're doing really well with your English. I think we're all understanding you clearly.
thanks. So except for this argument, I also think what convinces me, like continuously convinces me, is like morals. Like this is at least how I think, because morals is like hard to obtain, if not for religion. I do understand like people can claim like we have inherent moral values, right? But I think these can be like very subjective. Like let's say Mr. TJump has probably some certain perspective to life, and Random, sorry, I can't read your entire name. Randolph.
Randolph,
Yeah.
that's good. Randolph Richardson. You can just call me Randolph.
Yeah, I just had to click on your profile to see your full name. So you might have another perception of like moral values. Maybe for you, like intimacy outside marriage would be perfectly fine, but for TJ or TJump, it might not be. So if we are humans, like with our own perception of moral codes, right? It would be hard for me to like accept and acknowledge that we can all just have our own moral codes and everything can just be totally fine. For me, it's like something that I can't really believe in. Morals have to be objective to everyone.
Well,
I hope
out of curiosity, because I know that some of us on the stage have different kind of positions, but talking about when you're talking about morality in and of itself, so we do have empathy. Human beings have the evolved sense of empathy, which is and one of the things that's enabled us to survive as long. So because we recognize we can connect with each other emotionally, mirror neurons and the like and everything. So we understand this part of our neurophysiology. And we know that empathy is not equal amongst all human beings. It's to varying degrees, so, but that empathy informs our behavior. And so the combination of that and kind of establishes, our moral, our empathetic connections with other people. And then as our civilizations and societies grow and evolve, over time we decide, we pretty much come together collectively to decide on like moral frameworks, essentially the rules that we will all live by in society. Now, you don't necessarily have to agree with those, with all the laws that are in the society. If the society turns in a direction that you don't like, you can always leave the society. Or you can try and change the society to what you think it should morally reflect. But with the combination of those two things is essentially where we get our morality from, because looking at no two civilizations are exactly the same. Morality is subjected to the individual, to the group, to the community, to the nation, to the world itself. The hard part is finding the middle ground up between all those. But that seems to explain what we observe, right?
I think he's saying that no, he doesn't think that it does. So he's saying that morality is objective from his perspective, and the only way morality could be objective is if a God existed. I think that's more or less his argument.
Gotcha. I was just saying, like, the evidence, but I was pointing out that the evidence indicates that it's subjective across the board because we can see it through human experience and how we interact with one another, and knowing what we know about neurophysiology and the like. So I'm kind of like, where's he? That's what I was getting. We got the evidence here in one direction. So the implied question was kind of like, where are we getting the evidence for something objective?
And if I could just add an asterisk in here, is that many theists come in with the notion that theists are objective morality, atheists are subjective morality. It has to be those are the two, the dichotomy, and it really doesn't have to be. When you get, as far as I can tell, atheists have a whole different range of views on morality, even on this panel. In fact, I think the person who I really should be handing this off eventually to just cancel this entirely out is that TJump is a atheist, objective, moral realist.
There is something to be said as far as like, if a God exists. So like dual, if your God exists, right? And you think that there is an objective morality, but that God in and of itself is an agent deciding, basically letting us know what is and what is not moral, then that God is making the decision. And if the God is deciding what it is, then it's subjective to that God. It's whatever that God decides. If it was objective, if there was an objective morality, then the morality would be true regardless of the influence, power, or desires of that God. So it would essentially be the God would be appealing to the objective standard in order to dictate what that objective standard is to us. And so it would be subjective either way. So either the God is making the decision or we're making the decision. So and the evidence kind of goes in the direction that we're making the decision, that our moral frameworks are subjective to our determinations.
Well, so I think there's 3 points.
Go ahead.
One is that there is no evidence of objective morality. It's not a solved problem in philosophy. So you can't say that that's actually a thing, as J.L. Warren was pointing out. The second is, as Amy was saying, there can be objective morality without God. So why do you think that you need a God to have objective morality? Because as far as philosophers are concerned, you don't. It's not a thing. There's no evidence or arguments that you need a God for objective morality. Right. And third is, if you had a God, that wouldn't give you objective morality. In fact, in philosophy, God-based morality is subjective because it's a subject, like J.L. Warren was saying. And so right. Your argument from the perspective of most philosophers doesn't seem to work for those 3 reasons.
So I believe it is objective in terms of, for us human beings, because God has brought us these moral codes and conducts that we must follow. So
what does objective mean? What is the definition of objective?
Objective means, like, for me in this term, it means it is objective, like it's, you could say it is equal to like everyone. So it's objective.
Well, so objective means not influenced by personal feelings, opinions, or thoughts. So like, and this doesn't mean humans, this means any. So any thoughts, any opinions, gods, spirits, nobody gets an opinion. That's what objective means. So subjective means contingent on thoughts, feelings, opinions, intuitions. So if morality is contingent on God's thoughts, feelings, opinions, intuitions, then it's subjective, not objective. Objective means not contingent on any of those things.
I see. So you're saying since morality, even in religion, is contingent to like God, it can't be objective. It must be subjective.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is this, like when I say objective, I mean I'm excluding God from this equation actually, since God is like the ultimate truth for us, for me. So whatever he brings for us
If you're
is
excluding him, how can then the morals come from God?
I think by excluding he means as a not subjective. He's just excluding God from the subjective category. But I think that's called special pleading.
Yeah, it also means that the morals no longer come from God.
Dual Crane, do you mean that perhaps the objective morals are something that naturally emerged from the creation of the universe from your God?
I will just try to elaborate because just think as it like this. Let's say you're a software engineer and just create a game, like an online game, an online platform, and you set an objective set of rules for every single player. Like the rules are equal to everyone. It's objective.
Well, that's true, but as the programmer, you get to decide what those are for the individuals in the game. So they're
Yeah.
still subjective. They're just subjective to you. You're
But-
deciding it, and then. But of course, it's not really analogous because the end of the entities within the game that you've created, they have no choice because it's programmed. So, which is obviously not the way it is in reality. In reality, we can make our own choices, and we can choose. We have what we feel. Like I feel a particular thing is moral. I feel a particular thing is immoral, and that can be predicated upon the level, the strength of my empathy, which is a standard neurological kind of thing. Some people have it, some people don't. It's a spectrum. But then you have the moral frameworks that we agree upon as a society. So like different societies have different moral frameworks. There's countries out there that have completely different moral frameworks than we do here in America. So it varies. So we can see that it varies. And like I said, the difficulty is finding a common ground between all the different minds on the planet. That's what's hard. But even if there was a God, then that God would be the one deciding what the morality is. Because if there was objective morality, then that morality would be something that the God would be appealing to. It would be outside of that God. It would be true regardless of the existence of the God itself. So if we like to say, if there was an objective morality, we wouldn't need a God because there would be an objective standard to appeal to. So the God is unnecessary if there is an objective morality.
In fact, can I demonstrate this
to kind
to
of
you?
restate what TJump was saying. Yeah, go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
And maybe, oh no, not at all. To just actually bounce off that, and this has been a 1,000-year-old dilemma, maybe longer, and maybe you have an answer, but it is just the Euphophro dilemma, which is basically, is something good because God says so, or is something good and God says so?
Well, that's sort of it. So is something good because God says so, or does God say so because it's good?
Because it's good, yeah.
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 And do you have an answer for that? Because maybe we just haven't come across it.
Well, I did want to pick up on one thing really quick. You said if a coder writes an objective code, like that's a contradiction. You can't have a coder write an objective piece of code because any code they write is going to be contingent on their feelings. And so it's not possible for a coder to write an objective piece of code.
I can try to elaborate what I was trying to say. So it's a code for all the online players where you have a set of rules that applies equally to everyone in the game. So in the game, in the perspective of a player, the rules are objective. Let's just say Counter-Strike. It's like
they still wouldn't be objective; they'd be subjective. A good example of this, and I kind of like the analogy you're going here, as far because I played. I mean, I'm totally exposing my nerddom here. I played World of Warcraft for like 17 years. Okay, one of the primary rules of World of Warcraft is you cannot attack members. You can't PvP. You can't attack members of your own faction. Okay, So if you're Horde or Alliance, if you're Alliance, you cannot attack other members of the Alliance. Same goes for Horde. So that is a rule that is programmed into the game. So I cannot attack friendly members of the group that I'm in. That's a standard rule that's programmed into the game, but that rule was decided by the programmers themselves. It's not an objective thing. It's just something that they subjectively decided as far as the game experience goes. So like I said, so going back to God, whatever God decides, that's subjected to that God, because that God has made a decision to say, this is sin, this is not, these are the rules I pass to you. And then it goes even further, is that when we see that those standards of what the God decides can change over time. For example, if you look at the book itself, if you like the Holy Book, then you look at it from the perspective that at one time slavery was permissible, and there were even rules set down for how to do this, rules that applied to Gentiles, rules that applied to Jews. But then over time, the covenant changes. The existence of a new covenant is brought in by Christ. If you go by the Bible, I'm not saying you're a Christian, but this is one example. So it's like Jesus comes along and brings a new covenant. Because the covenant changed, then because they're implying there's a new covenant, that means that it's subjective to God. So if God ever changes the standards, it's completely subjective.
I will try to
elaborate.
elaborate.
I want to. So it doesn't matter if God makes a set of rules that applies to all humans, but not to him. It's still subjective. You don't get to say it's objective for some subjective group. If it's like a video game and you have code that applied to the people in the video game, it's subjective to the people in the video game. Objective means true, independent of all opinions. God can't write something and it be objective. It's not possible. There's a logical contradiction there. If God decides something, it's necessarily subjective. And the fact that you think it applies to all humans doesn't make it objective. That's not what objective means.
Okay, so let me try to actually unfold what I really mean. So in terms of in the perspective of God, I agree with you guys in here. It's subjective in the perspective of God, because he is bringing forth these codes and conducts, right? But for the humans, or let's do it simpler and go back to the game. For the gamers in the game, the rules are objective. They don't question, why was this game developed this way? Of course, you have the right to question, but still, you're playing the game and everyone must follow these rules. So it's objective for everyone. This is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I'm not objective.
So
I'm not denying the.
You can't be objective from God's, or it can't be subjective from God's perspective, but objective from our perspective. That's a contradiction. That's like saying from God's perspective, 1 + 1 = 2, but from our perspective, 1 + 1 = 6. No, if it's objective, it has to be true from all perspectives. And so if it's subjective from God's perspective, then it's subjective from our perspective too. Even if we are subject to it, even if we're forced to obey it, it's still subjective. It's a subjective thing. You don't get to say the world is round from God's perspective, but it's flat from our perspective. No, there's only one truth there. There's one objective truth. Either it's round or it's flat. And so objective truth is what's true independent of any opinion. If it's based on God's opinion, it's subjective. Not just for him, but for us. It's totally subjective.
Yeah, just because God's the in your worldview, just because God is the biggest, baddest thing on the block, and he's big bad Leroy Brown, doesn't mean that it's objective in any way. It just means that he's the biggest, most powerful thing, and that it's his way or the highway. But that doesn't make it subjective, or doesn't make it objective. It's still subjective, regardless.
I get you guys, but this is not what I'm trying to say. Actually, look. So let's say chess. This is a simpler game, right? So in your terminology, chess cannot be objective, or any game cannot be objective, because there is a creator of the game.
Yeah.
But for the gamers, the game is actually objective.
No, that's not how that works. Unfortunately, I apologize, Joel. That's not how that works. If it is subjective in its implication, no matter how it's applied, but if the rules are set by somebody, if they arbitrarily decide what the rules are, yes, we can play by those rules. But just because we play by those rules in a particular environment, like playing the rules of chess are completely arbitrary. technically, you don't even have to play chess by the rules. I mean, if you want to play chess, you got to play by the rules. But it doesn't matter. If the rules are set by somebody, they decide arbitrarily what the rules are going to be, then they're always subjective. We're just choosing to play by those subjective rules in order to have a game. But we don't see that, because essentially, if you're going to try and analogize this with life itself, is that God came along, and in your worldview, God came along and set the rules and said, this is what is moral and this is what is not moral. And then we can still choose whether or not to do that, because it is subjective in and of itself. Because you see where I'm going with this?
I just want to say on chess very specifically, the rules, just like J.L. Warren was saying, are completely arbitrary. No one had to decide that a pawn can only go once and twice on the first move. But it's only through us all agreeing on these rules that just makes it so that we can play chess and we can, in some way, say one move is objectively better or not. But I wanted to really ask you, is there something specific that you think that God gives us? Is there some rule or law that would just be like, holy moly, that has to obviously be from God's objectiveness?
Back to the chess game, guys. So my point, I think you're like missing the entire point here. For the players, the same rule applies, right? So the game becomes objective.
No. That's the part where you're getting it wrong.
No.
So just to clarify,
It-
the rules
Let me just-
the rules
When it
apply
comes
to
to chess,
everyone.
there are different sets of rules. There are even chess games that have more pieces than others, so it's not set in chess.
So the point here is that
up.
even if
This is
all
a-
of the rules apply to all of the players, that doesn't make them objective. Objective does not mean the same rules apply to all the players. That's not what objective means. Objective means true, independent of opinion, intuition, feeling. So the fact that all of the rules apply to all of the players isn't what objective means. It doesn't become objective because the players are applied to these rules. That's not how things become objective. For it to become objective, it would have to be a fact of reality, like a law of physics that is independent of anyone in the universe. Then it would be objective. Simply the fact that it applies to the players, it's still subjective. It is a subjective set of rules.
I got to ask, Duel, it seems to me, Duel, and you can clarify on this, it seems to me that you're interpreting objective as like goal oriented, like there's a specific goal in mind. So there is an objective goal to attain. Like there's an objective to attain.
No. This is not how I understand. What I'm trying to draw here is the game designer did not favor any single player over another. He made it objective to everyone, but
That's not
No,
what
no, it's still
objective
subjective
is.
to him though. It's still subjective to the designer.
I understand that point. It's
Right.
like in football, right? So the game designer tries to be as objective as possible, right? You have referees, you have all sorts of things because you want to make the game objective, so you
You're
don't
thinking
favor anyone
fair.
above.
You're thinking about making a game fair.
So I think what's going on here is that, Duel, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but you're thinking of when there's a number of parties who have subjective ideas and they all agree on something, then they can make a non-subjective determination, which you're calling an objective kind of thing. And so you're kind of, it's contextual. It's not universally objective. Is that kind of something that you're leaning toward here?
Not necessarily. What I'm trying to say is like a game like football that is very complex. You have many rules, and it's hard to like observe everything that's going on because you have like offside, you have corner, you have all these things, penalty, free kick, and you need multiple referees over there. You like the referees. Their objective is to make the game as objective as possible. But what I'm trying to say here is God has made our realm objective. Like he brought objective rule to us. like objective in terms of he didn't favor anyone above another.
Yes,
the
but dual. But did God decide what the rules are? Let me just ask you that flat out. Did God decide what the rules are?
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
Could God have decided otherwise? Could God have made a different set of rules for us to live by?
Probably.
Okay, then it's subjective. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
because the rules could be different. The rules could be
I-
different. In fact, if you go by, and I know you're a mother, I know you go by the Quran, but if the rules can change, it doesn't matter if they don't. But if they can change, then they're completely subjective. If God decides what they are, just like the individuals who constructed the game of football, yes, everybody who plays the game is subject to the rules. Otherwise, they're not playing football anymore. But the rules that were laid down to play the game of football are still arbitrarily determined. It's like, we're going to play a game. Here are the rules of the game that I've set down, and here's the objective of the game. Okay?
Right.
But the rules themselves are arbitrarily decided.
Arbitrarily,
That's it. So they're subjective. They're subjective to the person who's designed it. So the thing is that what's weird is that the contradiction is here is that you're saying that they're subjective to God, but they're objective to us. That's saying that they essentially, you have God, you have the moral framework, and then you have humans. God subjectively determines the moral framework, but the moral framework is objective to us, and that's a contradiction, because if the moral framework is arbitrarily determined, if it's subjective, it can't also be objective. It can't.
No.
It just means that we're
I want to
subjective.
chime in with one thing. I did several shows reading the Quran. If you're saying that the author of the Quran didn't favor some people over others, you're sadly mistaken.
we don't
But
have
yeah.
to talk the Quran in specific.
But yeah, that's the contradiction that you're posing, is that it cannot be subjective and also objective. It can't be both. It's
Warren,
one or the,
I
it's one
actually
or the
do
other.
agree.
And it cannot be
Yeah.
objective if there are different sets of rules for different people or different sexes of people in this case.
That part I kind of disagree with. You can have objective rules that apply unequally to people. They're still objective.
Yeah, John Rawls' theory of justice, the veil of ignorance, aims to achieve that goal, actually. Bill, we have some other members of our audience who'd like to join us. Did you have some final thought like to give here? Obviously the objective moral argument is not working for people here on the stage, but I think you made a really good attempt.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys. I'll try to say final words. That's fine. It was nice talking to you guys. You're actually like passionate people, and I like that. About my point, I don't really want to extend it. I think we have been thoroughly through. I do agree with you, Warren, and TJump and everyone else, that in the perspective of God, yes, the rules are subjective because He is the designer, right? And in like football, yeah, it is like the rules are arbitrarily set, but the rules, what I'm trying to say is the rules are objective to every player. Like there is no favoring for one player or one team over another. So trying to make the game as fair as possible. Because my argument here is, guys, if we deny that there is somehow a higher power that actually tried to give us some guidelines, then we have to resort to our own intuition, and our own intuition can differ from one person to another. And it's not just like one civilization had some sort of rules and another has another, like, or today Western people has some sets of moralities and Africans has some other. No, like in even in like small country like Denmark, people can have different opinions on different matter, even at the extent of moral codes. Like for some people, it could be totally fine to have like swingers party, you know, while like being married or something like that. But for another conservative family, that's a no-go. Anyways, I don't want to like drag this on. You can have another guy up here. It was nice talking.
Dual Carnane, thank you very much for your time today, for joining us. And it would be interesting to speak with you again after you've had some time to put some deep thought into this. And we look forward to future conversations with you. Thank you.
It was nice meeting you.
I thank you guys. Have a nice day.
Thank you, bud.
I want to say
meeting you.
one last statement just on something he said, and I would have forgot about it until he said swingers parties, but which is always a good time. But like, so he was talking about
There's a way to
sex.
get Amy's attention.
Indeed, he was talking about sex outside of marriage, and so there are, I still think, multiple ways in which you can look at that, because you may get disagreements about whether people should have sex outside of marriage, but you will find more agreement on whether one or multiple people should cheat on each other. And so that is like a very different thing. It doesn't make morality any more or less subjective, it just makes it more complicated.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a topic we should probably delve into sometime, Amy. I think it's an important one in today's social climates, especially in Western societies. It seems to be coming up a lot in the U.S., and I'm on the side of freedom, obviously, just like you are. Our next guest from the audience, Muhammad Ali. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. My English is very
Dance
good.
like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Sorry.
My English is not very good, but I will try to be clear.
Well,
Perfect.
one easy way is to slow down speech a little bit. That often helps a lot of people. So there's no pressure here, no need to feel rushed. We'll give you a minute or two to present your ideas.
I think that my argument will be, I think, very easy. At least for me, it's not easy to. It's easy to say, but maybe to convince other, maybe it will be very more harder. But my argument goes like this.
Yes. Start with like what convinced you? Like what convinces you that this thing exists?
Yes. So my argument will be like this. I think that we agree that we exist. When I mean existence, I mean us as humans and the universe. We exist. We agree that we exist, and everybody will agree with me that we exist.
Yes, we exist.
And I
agree
so far.
I will agree insofar as that this seems to be the case. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we exist and universe exists. So,
Okay.
And I think that you agree with me that when we are trying to see the universe and us, we will see that we depend on other things. We didn't create ourselves. For example, we can agree on that. We didn't create ourselves.
I would say nothing. I would say nothing was created as such, because that already implies a creator. So you're slipping in a creator the moment you start talking about being created.
Right. Peter's got a point there. I would say that life is the result of natural process. So it's a result of other processes is what it is. So I would
specifically our parents having sex.
Yeah, our parents smashing. But but it's life in and of itself that we understand as a result of natural process. We wouldn't want to say it was created by anything, because like Peter said, that implies the existence of a creator, because there's kind of a way to smuggle God in. So we'd say that life is here, we exist, and we are and there was a time when we didn't exist. So obviously we arose from a process.
So we are emergent properties. So
emergent. I like that, emergent property of the universe. Yeah.
I think all he said is we did not create ourselves. I agree. We did not.
That's true. I agree with that as well. Yeah.
I just tackled him there. So my apologies, Muhammad Ali. Go ahead and.
But I think that we agree that we didn't create ourselves. We didn't cause ourselves.
Right.
Yes.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yes.
So we are. The result of, yes, the result, as you say, other processes natural processes or something. So we are the result of another cause. We didn't cause ourselves. I think we all agree on that. I think.
Sure.
Yes,
If
we can
you-
move on from this point. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think if we didn't cause ourselves, I think that there is two choices to be, and you can try to give another choice. But for me, logically, there is two choices. Either we created ourselves, or we came from nothing.
Oh, no, we didn't create ourselves, and we didn't come from nothing.
Yeah, it's
So
like
what is
like
the
the like the
choice?
So
like the
both-
concept
both are
of
wrong.
something like the concept of something from nothing would be essentially contradictory, because there'd be nothing there to elicit something. So we would say that we would conclude from the evidence that we have that we are a result of natural processes, natural unguided processes, like an emergent property of the universe, and that those processes are a result of something else. So the point is like there is no evidence to indicate that there was an agent or anything, a decision maker behind this. So how are you getting from we're the result of something to this creator?
And a true dichotomy would be something created us or something did not create us. We came from nothing or we did not come from nothing. Those are true two dichotomies.
And I will say I can agree with the nothing thing as long as we can clarify that we're not talking about ex nihilo, absolutely nothing.
I think that I agree when you say that we came from, we are the result of another processes. So can you
That's
we can
correct.
agree
Yeah,
can
we-
agree
we-
that can you
Right.
tell me, for example, can we have an infinity of causes,
Sure.
infinite regression?
Yeah, why not?
Sure, we could.
Possibly, yeah.
There's-
Not
there's-
impossible.
There's no logical contradiction in that.
No, can you? No, because infinity doesn't exist in the universe. Can you give me an example of infinity, for example?
Infinity.
Are you an
Hold on,
atheist
hold
now?
on. Then you've
Indeed,
already
indeed.
ruled out a God who is eternal. If infinity doesn't exist, then the God can no longer exist. So you've already ruled out a God.
The eternal God.
Yeah, because it's
That's-
either. I mean, there's two of the conclusions you have is you either have an infinite eternal entity that existed forever before time, which is also kind of weird. But then you also have just an infinite chain of causal relations, so like infinite regress. Now, there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress. That could be the case. It may not be the case. That you could just have like a repeating cycle of events. But even then, even that could be an infinite regress. That either way, you're going to wind up going to an infinite. It's either like an infinite regress of causal events or of causal unguided events, or it's an infinite entity that has infinitely existed into the past.
Yeah, as
So
far
it's
as
one of the
science
two.
can tell right now, it's a big giant we don't know. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's one of those.
It could be this entity that created things, but the evidence doesn't point in that direction. So the evidence points towards the possibility that, just infinite causal chain, possibly a repeating cycle that just keeps going on and on and on, and could go ad infinitum into the past. But like I said, there's no logical contradiction there. So what is the evidence that you have, or what convinced you that it was an entity that did this, that it was an agent that did this, instead of just naturally occurring unguided processes?
But to be honest, I see a contradiction on your argument, because you ruled out an infinite entity, but you didn't. But you ruled out the infinite entity, but you didn't rule out the infinite processes. No. What I want to say is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can
Yeah.
clarify. If you say that we can't have an infinite regress in causes, if there was an eternal God, before he even started creating this universe, he would have done something, and he would have existed for an eternity. So there would already have been an infinite regress in causes that didn't affect this universe, but it is an infinite regress in causes, because I don't think that the God would have just sat still for infinity.
Peter, he was
And then
knitting.
I'm not. He was then he was still causing things if he was knitting.
If this thing existed infinitely into the past and took all that time in order to figure out what it wanted to do and finally created us, man, that's some poor planning. But
you are jumping to God. I'm not talking about God now. I'm just talking about, can we have an infinite chain of regress of events in the past,
Yes.
for example?
Yes, we could.
We can.
So you think that infinity exists in this world?
Yes.
Well, when you're talking about
wait, so that's the
Go ahead,
consensus.
TJump, sorry.
The consensus in physics is that the universe is infinite, time is infinite, space is infinite, quantum fields are infinite. Yes, infinity is in reality. That's the consensus of physicists.
So if you think that infinity exists, why are you denying maybe there is an infinite entity that it is perfect in all its attributes?
Because there's
Maybe
no
there
evidence.
is, but there's no evidence for it.
Because exactly. Because there's no evidence to go in that direction. There's nothing to indicate that this thing is there. So we look at the evidence. We look at the evidence we have available to us, and we conclude from that evidence without presuming anything that's not supported. So, like if you want to go Occam's razor, we don't multiply our entities unnecessarily. We make as few assumptions as possible in trying to get to a conclusion. So, not assuming anything, we look at what the evidence has. The evidence does not indicate that there is an entity there.
Just like J.L. Warren was saying with Occam's razor, you just added another thing, perfect. And we would need to talk why you think this thing is perfect, because you're now adding on to something that the natural laws would not need at all. Right. So that's why if you look at it, we look at what the evidence says, and then we make the assumption that we assume from the evidence, because the jury is still kind of out on this. So we assume from the evidence that it's a result of natural and guided process. Then we can assume that it is potentially infinite.
I think you may have, JL, English is not his first language. I think you may have to explain what Occam's razor is.
I don't think so. I think you got that point. So we don't. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. That's why.
There's no evidence to conclude it.
That's all we need
so,
to
and
say.
we don't
That's
want
all
to make additional assumptions.
We can let him go.
So
That's all we need to say.
Let me just say. You just say that you just say that you don't deny the existence of infinity. You say that space is infinite, which I don't agree on. But as you said, TJump said that there is infinite space, there is infinite time. But why do you agree? There is evidence that there is infinity in this universe, as you say. There is time that it is infinite, space is infinite. Why are you denying maybe the existence of an entity that it has infinite?
We said that because there's no evidence for this entity. You're adding it in.
He asked a more specific question there.
So,
he asked, why do we deny the possibility? Like, we don't. It is possible for there to be a God. There is just no evidence. So it's possible, but we have no reason to believe it.
Right.
We're coming from a different standpoint. Mohammed, just 1 second. We're coming from a different standpoint. We're not ruling it out. We're not adding it in because there's no reason to add it in. Does that make sense?
For me, to be honest, I don't see. Of course, I disagree that there is an infinite space in this universe, but because the universe, they say that it is finite and it is a closed system.
That's not what I said. I said we're not ruling it out. We're just not ruling it in because there's no evidence for us to rule it in. What we're curious about from you is, why did you rule it in?
Yes, I understand that you didn't rule out. Yes, you said that it may be a possibility that there is a creator, there is a God. Correct. Yes, I agree with that. Now, for me, I think the thing that we disagree on, that we cannot have an infinite regress of events in the past.
We can. We cannot. We already went over that. So let's get to the point. Let's get to the point where you were convinced that there is one other variable, which is the God. How did you rule in the God? What's your reasoning?
You say that maybe you can give me an evidence of infinity, for example, in this
Okay,
universe.
so Muhammad, that's what I was going to say. So you can't say it's impossible because there's no logical contradiction entailed by an infinite regress. So it is possible. If it was a logical if it entailed a logical contradiction, then it would not be. But because there's no logical contradiction entailed by it, it is possible. We can't say one way or the other whether it is or is not. The evidence kind of leans in a particular direction, but we're saying that whether it is or is not an infinite regress, there is no evidence to suggest an agent. That's why we reject it, because there's nothing to support that whatsoever.
Well,
And that every reason that is brought up, that typically every reason that we are given when we have these stages, we do these conversations, we can break down how that conclusion was derived, like how the individual concluded it was that, and we say nope, that's faulty. It's like you got to that by bad reasoning or a logical fallacy or something to that degree. So that's why we're asking is like, what convinced you that it was this entity itself?
I want to add in one more thing,
my
Mohammed. I want to add in one more thing. If an infinite regress isn't the case, that doesn't automatically mean that there is a God.
Okay, so he asked for evidence for the infinite amount of time and space. The reason there's evidence for that is because there are models that say if there's an infinite amount of space and time, here's what we'd expect to see in the universe. They make predictions. They then look through observations to confirm those predictions, and they've been confirmed. Therefore, we have reason to believe there is an infinite space and infinite time, and that's why it's the consensus in physics. So we have evidence of that. Do you have any evidence of God?
I'm not talking about God. No, we are just talking about the principle and the principle of infinity in this universe.
Yes, we have evidence. We have evidence. We've made predictions. They were confirmed through observations, through models.
Okay, give me. I'm waiting for it because it is a very important
So observations
in
the cosmic microwave background, the Casimir effect, both of those are confirmed predictions through the model of infinite space-time.
I also don't get it, Muhammad. These are like the decisions that affect your life. You think that presumably, if you are one of the Abrahamic religions, you believe that there was some sort of middleman communicator with God, and then it's kind of like, well, we haven't even brought God up. Well, the subject is, what convinces you that a God exists? And that is what we want to know.
Yeah, that's the title of the stage.
I'm telling my belief is that it cannot be an infinite regress of event. You say that it may be, but I'm telling you that in my case,
we don't say it may be. We say we have evidence that it is. So let's skip the infinite regress. Let's get to the point where you got convinced that a God exists. That is the title of the stage. Hold on. That's the title of the stage. That's why you joined, to convince us that a God exists. So let's get to that part.
I'm sorry, maybe we don't understand each other, but I'm telling you, you are saying to me that it may be infinite regress of events in the past.
We say it is what the evidence points to, so it most likely is the case.
Right,
because
Muhammad,
we have the evidence for it.
Muhammad,
if we have evidence, if I have evidence that there's a cup in front of me because I can see the cup, I can pick it up, the cup is there.
Yeah,
we don't have to discuss anymore.
Muhammad, there's no logical contradiction entailed. Okay, that's the whole thing. There's no logical contradiction. So that's the point.
I'm telling you that also there is no logical.
Even if it wasn't possible, it still doesn't mean that your God exists. So let's skip this particular point and let's get to the point where you were convinced.
I'm not trying to convince you that my God exists. I'm not trying to convince you.
Why? That's the topic of the stage. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to poke holes in confirmed science in order to slip in your God, which is not going to work. We can do this for hours on end, but it's going to be a little bit tedious if we do.
Can we let him get back to the
is
point and
much
stop
better
interrupting?
to
Like, oh my God,
get to the point.
he made a very valid point. So he's making a point that the universe can't have had an infinite regress. Now that's wrong. We have more evidence for an infinite regress than a God. But if that was true, that would be evidence for God. So he's trying, just forget the fact that he doesn't speak English in the first language. So he's making a valid argument. So the answer to his argument is we have evidence of an infinite regress. The math shows, yes, infinite regress is possible. The math makes predictions. Those are confirmed. That's more evidence for an infinite regress than for a God. That's why infinite regress is better.
Let me give you an example of infinity. I'm sorry because I'm talking about infinity, but it is an important thing about if we want to come to and explain why God is a necessary being for us to exist.
Yeah. So
of course you don't agree. Yes, of course you don't agree with me, but I'm trying to give you an argument why I believe that it can't be an infinite regress. That's my opinion.
Right.
Of course, it is debatable, but
well,
of course
it's not debatable. It's not debatable. So we have evidence of infinities in reality. In physics, they use them all the time to make predictions. So if you can use something to make predictions, that's evidence it's real. So in physics, we have real evidence of real infinities.
Okay, let me give. Okay, can you, for example, infinity in mathematics? If we add infinity to infinity, what gives us, for example, plus infinity is plus?
Depends the kind of infinities. So there's set theory is the math of adding and subtracting infinities.
No, I'm telling plus infinity plus infinity plus infinity.
It depends the kind of infinity. There are multiple kinds of infinity. They're different shapes and sizes. You can add them and subtract them, and it's called set theory. So infinity isn't a specific number. Infinity is a set. So depending on the kind of set you add together, you can get different answers. Infinity isn't a number. So what you're asking is very easy.
Okay. Can you give us? Can you give me an example? Maybe I don't know it, but can you give me an example, a simple example? For example, when we add, for example, an infinity plus infinity plus infinity, what gives us? For example, can you give me a simple example?
Infinity is like number. There are lots of different numbers. I can't say if you add number and number, what do you get? Because there's lots of different kinds of numbers. Infinity, there are lots of different kinds of infinity. There are different sizes, there's different shapes, there's countable infinities, there's uncountable infinities, there's alpha null, there's omega, there's lots of different kinds of infinities. You can't add infinity plus infinity because there's different kinds of infinities. Like if you ask me, if you add a number to a different number, what do you get? It's a gibberish question. You need to specify which infinity because there's lots of different ones.
It's a numeric concept like zero.
Okay. Let me give you an example in maybe it doesn't exist in real world, but for example, if there is a building that have an infinity of stages
it's
of
Hilbert's Hotel. Yes, I'm familiar.
Can we reach infinity, for example?
Yes. There's a countable infinity. It's called alpha null. Google set theory. Google countable infinity. Yes, you can add infinities together. So if you have two infinities of the same size, two of the same cardinality, and you add them together, you have two infinities, which if you subtract one of the infinities, you'll still have one of the infinities. You can add and subtract infinities just like you can numbers. They are sets. They are not mysterious things. They are just objects that can be added like any other object. Some are bigger, some are smaller. Like if you have a bigger infinity and you subtract, or if you take a smaller infinity and you subtract a bigger infinity, you'll get negative infinity. If you subtract an infinity of the exact same size as another, you'll get zero. Like this is not difficult. This is very basic math. Mathematicians have understood this for a very long time. It's very, very easy.
Also, why do you believe in a necessary being?
I believe that there must be a necessary being because, as I told you, we didn't create it ourselves, and we
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 weren't
didn't.
created. So we couldn't create ourselves, even if we could. We weren't.
But see, Muhammad, we could do this very easily, just pointing it back on you. Muhammad, where did you come from?
It is not important, to be honest.
It's not? That's been the line of questioning for like the past
Oh.
20 minutes.
Yeah, you might want to retract that statement. Honesty is actually pretty important in a lot of societies.
Yes.
I came. I live in France. I live in France.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm in
So-
Canada. We have a
You-
province here called
So you
Quebec.
came from France? And I know what you're saying, but I mean, like, you know what question I'm asking. Where did you come from? Was there like a specific process that made you?
What created you is
there
the
is a
question.
process.
Well,
Yes, of
when
course, there is a process.
When
Yes,
a
of course.
daddy loves a mommy.
Of course. I don't- Of course, I don't deny that there is a process, but I'm telling my argument is it must be an infinite process. It is not an infinite process
Well,
because
no,
infinity
so-
doesn't exist in our life.
So there's several things
Uh.
here. One is that there can be a natural necessary being that isn't a god. So you don't need an infinite process. You can have a necessary being that is natural with no consciousness, and it could create the universe. There could be an infinite regress. That's fine too. There could be a god. All three of those are possibilities. But all the evidence indicates the two natural ones, natural necessary being, natural infinite regress, have all of the evidence. There's no evidence for a god. Natural infinite past regression is what every single physicist believes. Everyone in physics thinks infinite regress. So if you're saying there can't be an infinite regress, you're disagreeing with everyone in physics. All of the evidence. You're saying no, can't be the case.
Let me ask you two questions, and I will give the stage to maybe another person. Tell me about you. You said maybe there is a natural necessary being or
Yes.
process.
Yes.
Explain to me a little bit about that. Maybe I can.
It's
So
a
I'm just going to
spaceless-
say we should make this the final point because we do have other people waiting in the queue. So yeah, go ahead.
It's a spaceless, timeless quantum field that is the necessary thing, and that spaceless, timeless quantum field exists outside of the universe, outside of space and time, and fluctuations in that field created our universe and space and time.
The quantum
I
physics
don't
explanation.
understand. I don't understand, to be honest. But thank you, True. Thank you for the time you gave me. Thank you,
Thank
you,
you,
everybody.
Muhammad.
And thank you
You're
for your
welcome.
here. Just what TJumps referring to is the in the area of quantum physics. I believe that would be something to look at. But I do think that you might want to rethink your statement that honesty is not important. It is quite important in many societies.
It is important. I didn't say that it is not important. It is important, and I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to be honest as I can.
Then I
Thank you.
misunderstood you. I apologize. Don't worry about that.
As far
Disregard
as
what
I
I
could
said.
tell, he was saying the question, where does he come from, not matter. But it was mom and dad, if anyone was looking for the answer key.
No, I already know that. Thank you, everybody.
We look forward to speaking with you.
Muhammad.
We look forward to speaking with you again in the future. Thank you so much for coming on. So our next guest is Bang.
Why?
Is he big?
So
You know,
Big Bang-
Peter, that's the
Hey,
question I
so-
ask myself every day.
Hello, Bang. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, and how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good. So yeah, I just want to retouch back on the topic you had with my friend Dul Qarnain about morality here, because I think you guys made a bunch of really horrible points I want to address.
Always good to
And
have Stan.
they're going to be
Perhaps you want to pick 2 points we made that you think we did horribly on, and we can discuss them.
Yeah, that even if God was the one who said a bunch of things, such as moral codes, then these laws would still be subjective.
Yeah, they're subjective to the God.
The other point is, I think TJump said that something can only be objective if it's something that we can observe or measure outside of our own opinion
What?
or feelings, such as the laws of physics.
Well,
Those
Okay,
observe.
would be.
objectivity is not
I just wanna
dependent on
finish.
our observation.
Yeah,
I
so,
just
so I
wanna finish,
don't
'cause
think
it
that's-
seems like TJump is not actually making an internal critique about within God's worldview, because if
Which
physics
wait. I
if
agree. I
physics
agree
is
there. I
revealed,
agree there. Objective isn't an internal critique. Just the definition of objective is true, independent of opinion or intuition. So it's not an internal critique. It's just the definition.
yeah, but
of objective.
according to the definition, right? According to the definition in the context of a God worldview, then physics would
God
also be
worldview doesn't
subjective.
get to make up a new definition.
I say in the context, not in the new definition. So,
When-
so
no,
in the
there
context
is no
of God
context. You
worldview,
can't you
right?
can't define God's opinion as objective. That's literally the
Okay.
opposite of objective. The Christian
So
worldview doesn't matter.
your definition of subjective is that anything that would come out of a mind, right? Or any
Sort
mind,
of,
right?
sort of close.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. In a God worldview, physics, the laws of physics would come from God's mind as well.
Right. So they would be
Yeah.
subjective
So
in Christianity.
so therefore, everything would be subjective. Literally, quite everything would be subjective.
Well, not
Correct.
God's
That's not a
nature.
valid critique, because that you're just equivocating everything.
And
which is a
Judaism and
horrible
Islam.
critique.
Well,
Mm,
correct.
that would be a horrible critique.
If the God exists as you described it, then everything would be it like exists as you described it with all of its attributes, and it's responsible for everything, and it arbitrarily decided what everything was going to look like. Then there technically would be no truth. Everything would just be God's opinion.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a very informative critique, to be honest, because
Well, that's why your worldview is silly.
that would be going back to the point, which is
God is not an
even if God said
informative
something, he would
worldview.
still
It
be
doesn't
subject. Can I
answer
finish,
anything.
please? Jeez. Okay, so God, you have to make a distinction, because it seems like you're running with this. It seems like you're running with this definition that you use very sleazily, right? Like very lazy manner, right? Which is anything that comes from a mind is subjective, but that's not how the definition. That's not even the definition used in theology or philosophy when it comes to.
No, that's the
objectivity
definition used in
versus
every field.
subjectivity.
So subjective
Right.
means contingent
No, it
on.
isn't.
Wait, yes, it
That's
is.
just-
Wait,
that's
wait,
just
wait, stop.
uncontextualized
stop,
definition.
Stop. So the definition of subjective in every academic field is contingent on mind, intuitions, feelings, opinions.
Yeah, but you're missing the context of the difference.
There is no context.
Or
It is-
the
this is-
different
this is-
category. The categorization.
There is no
of
different
minds.
category. There is no different
If you were
category.
to ask any theologian, about
There is no
whether
different
whether the
category.
definition. Can I finish? Okay, if you would ask any theologian about the differences of minds and whether this definition would apply to a God, right? They would say no, because why? Because the God's mind.
No, there
distinct
is
from
no
that of the
different
creation.
definition. Every theologian agrees. Subjective, contingent on minds. Every one of them. There is no difference. There is no
Okay.
alternative
Yeah,
definition of
so
subjective here.
Do you understand that there's a general definition and specific ones?
No, there is no different
If
definition.
if I said people in X city are bad, then I say, well, but there are other people in X city that are good. Right? That doesn't mean that just because these people exist in X city, therefore they're bad people. Right? They're
That
going to be
literally
distinctions
doesn't
and
matter.
specifics. Right?
It literally
does
doesn't matter. It's
You're
literally
just
irrelevant.
you're just waving this out. If you were to ask any philosopher or theologian about the distinction of mind, they would agree. Right?
No, they
God's
would.
mind
I
is
literally do
unlike-
this for a living. I talk
Okay,
to
you keep cutting me
professional
off,
academics
TJump.
because what you're
Right.
saying is the same stupid thing that I've
No,
already
it
addressed.
isn't.
I talk to
isn't.
professional academic theologians every
No, you
day
don't.
on
You
my
don't,
YouTube channel.
TJump. You don't.
Stop. I talk to professional theologians every day on my YouTube channel. There's 800 videos on there for you to look at. No academic philosopher thinks that coming from God's mind is objective. That's literally the opposite of
Okay, cool.
objective.
Cool.
I'll vouch for TJump. He does talk with these people.
Link any video in which you spoke about this specific topic with the actual theologian or philosopher. Go ahead.
Okay,
So,
how about Robin
anyway,
Collins, Luke Barnes?
Yeah, I don't.
They're
Yeah,
literally
link the
all
videos,
there.
man.
Academic,
Bang,
professional.
bang,
There's an
bang.
entire playlist.
Anyway, I'm gonna make the
Professor-
point anyway.
Bang,
I don't even.
hey, bang,
it doesn't even matter
bang.
whether. It doesn't
Bang.
matter whether they.
Please,
agree with
bang,
it. Don't
bang.
spam my name.
Okay.
I'm responding to TJump. Like you guys.
Okay, I'm
don't even know how to-
asking you to stop for a moment because TJump was listing a number of names of people that he interviewed that address the point that you asked for, and then you were interrupting him. So please let TJump
No, I
finish.
wasn't.
TJump,
I asked him
can you
to link
provide that
these.
list again, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
link
I
them.
was listing them. So like Robin Collins, Luke Barnes, Paul Copan, like just pick your favorite one. They're on there. I literally talk to this about all of them. Go to the Stanford Encyclopedia, type in objective, and you can find the definition in Stanford Encyclopedia very, very easily. There is no disagreement here. God determining something based on his opinion is subjective. That's why William Lane Craig says that that isn't what happens. It's determined by his nature. He doesn't get an opinion on it. That's to try to make his opinion objective. So yes, every theologian agrees if it's determined by God's opinion, it's subjective.
And can you give us your best objective moral fact from God?
Anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna make the point anyway because there
Ignore
should
what
be
he said
distinctions. There
anyway.
should be. I'm responding to TJump. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna get shotgunned here. So anyway, I'm gonna make the point that there should be a distinctions between minds, given the fact that the mind of God is unlike the creations, given the fact that it's eternal,
Special
infinite,
pleading. It's literally
and
irrelevant.
independent. No, it's not special pleading. These
Literally
would be
special pleading.
conclusions. These would be conclusions of God's mind, or the nature of God's mind within the God worldview. There would be conclusions on what necessitates God having that sort of mind, right? And when you conclude that God has an infinite, independent, eternal mind, then
Still
anything he
subjective.
says would result in the fact that God is not a subject of anything, right? God's
my
mind would
God.
be the
Oh my
determiner,
God.
right? Therefore, it wouldn't be subjective.
not the way
You
that
have to
works.
understand, it's not special pleading because God
That's not
is
special pleading.
special.
That's
You gotta
literally special pleading.
understand.
Special
It's bang.
pleading
I'm
would
sorry,
be-
dude.
would be
That's
making
not
a
the way.
distinction.
Bang. That's not the way. That's not the way that works.
You're not really making. You're not
Bang,
being
what you
fair.
said is
You're
so
just disrupting.
stupid. It's just
It is not
insane.
stupid.
So what you said was that
It is not
God
stupid.
isn't a subject of anything. That's not
Yeah.
what subject means. The subject doesn't mean you're a subject of something else. It means you're an individual mind. Like, am I the mind of God? No. Are you the mind of God? No. God's mind
Yeah,
is a
but
different
this
mind,
is
right?
what
Wait.
this is what the
Just follow the basic logic here. I have a mind. You have a mind. God has a mind. They're not the same thing. They are different things. They are subjects. He has a subjective experience. You have a subjective experience. I have a subjective experience. They are different minds. They have different opinions. They are subjective. That's what subjective means. It doesn't mean that it's like contingent on some other class of greater things. It's not contingent.
No,
Subjective is different.
subjectivity and objectivity is relative.
No,
It's gonna
literally,
be relative.
literally, objectivity is not relevant. That's the point.
Everything other than God would be relative to him being.
Do you
given the fact that
have
he
a
created life,
specific
okay?
example, a specific moral law that comes from God that would demonstrate this?
No, this is a principle argument.
Of course not. You're just pulling it from your butt. But I heart you anyway.
If everything is derivative from God, then everything would be subject to God's moral laws, given the fact that God God doesn't have the same thing to anything else. He's the ultimate.
God doesn't give us
So
moral
when God
laws.
says something,
We don't need God. We can just
God
have our
says
own human
something,
laws.
when God says something, it would be true that God said it, regardless of your feelings.
Yeah,
or
but it's still
emotions.
subjective to God's determinations.
You can't be subjective to yourself.
No. Whatever God decides is subjectively determined by God.
Is relative.
Bang.
But we would disagree with him. So where would that get us?
Why can't we be subjective to ourselves?
So
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so basically you can tell me something. You can tell me like I don't agree with this, right? Yeah, it would be objectively true that you said this statement for me, but it wouldn't have any value over the statement of an eternal, independent, ultimate mind that said this thing. This is the important distinction here.
You're
but when
confused.
they said something, we would not change our mind.
One sec.
It doesn't matter if you change your mind.
You're confusing subject to subjective. Those are two different things. The fact that someone is subject to some other one's commands doesn't make it objective. Literally irrelevant. Subjective is where it comes from, not who it applies to. Doesn't matter what or who it applies to. What matters is where it comes from. Does it come from a mind, intuition, or feeling? Then it's subjective. Literally doesn't matter who it applies to. Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. It's the
No, it's not
origin of it.
irrelevant. So being subjective means that your whatever this thing that is subjective is going to be derived from something else, or it's
No,
going to be
that is literally
it's
not.
going to
There
be
is
in the
zero,
sovereignty of something
no
else.
definitions,
It would be
no
like
definitions of
rats in the lab.
subjective. There are no definitions of subjective that say
Okay,
that.
sure.
None.
It would be like laps. It would be like rats in the lab, right?
No,
Being
no,
in a
that's
maze, right?
subject
So
to.
I'm gonna finish
Subject
anyway.
to.
I know you don't like. I know we don't
Bang,
No,
like
I
fast
think
food,
I
so
think
I'm gonna
Bang
finish
Bang is
anyway.
using some sort of proprietary definitions of stuff, and he doesn't seem to be grasping
Okay.
this. So maybe it's back to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy for you.
Yes. So subject
Okay.
to. You're using subject to. That's not
So
subjective.
it would be like okay, guys. So it would be like rats in the lab
No, that's subject to.
observed by the scientist above them, right?
No,
In
that's
in this
subject
sense,
to.
in this sense, the rats will be the subject of the
Repeating
doctors,
yourself
because the
doesn't
doctors
help.
have
It's
the
the
knowledge
same
and the
thing.
infinite. Well, and repeating yourself doesn't work either, TJump. So
No,
just let
I'm
me
giving
finish.
you
We
the
can
objective
move on, right?
answer that you haven't
If you let me
addressed.
finish, we can move on, TJump. Right? This is
You've
not
already
this is not
repeated
for
the same
you
thing 6 times.
or about you. This is for the audience to decide.
No, I've already
This is
corrected
not-
you on this.
I'm not here for you.
Subject
here for
to
you or anyone
is
else on this
not
panel.
the same as subjective. Why don't you address
So
that point? Why?
I
Bang,
did.
Bang, why don't you
I
address that
am
point?
addressing
Finish
it.
your
I am
point. I'd
addressing
like
it
to
by
ask you a
I am
question.
addressing it by providing an example. Right? I'm actually addressing it right now, but you're cutting me off.
No. You have to don't provide an example. Tell
So-
me how you're not
No, I am giving an
confusing the
example.
difference between subjective and subject to, because those are not the same thing in any dictionary. No dictionaries they are the same thing.
The word subject has different definitions.
None of them have the
why
definition of subject to.
why are you decontextualizing the
No, there is no contextualized. There is no definition
is.
in any dictionary where subjective means subject to. Subject to is not the same as subjective. Every dictionary has the same definition of subjective, contingent on intuitions, mind, feeling into anything like mind stuff.
Yes.
None of them
Yeah.
say subjective means you are obligatory to some other obligations. None of them
Okay,
say
I'll
that. There
show
is
you
no
why you're so ignorant
definitions.
about this. Like, it's so sad
Can
that
we
your
just
English
move him
is,
to the audience?
It's
I'm
so
tired
it's
of
so
this.
sad. It's so
I'd
no,
like
no,
to ask a
I
question.
wanna
I said
address
you
this.
said
Right? I
after
just
you
want to
got
show
your point out.
TJumps. I want to show TJumps ignorance of the English language. All these first language.
Actually, Bang, I agree with TJump on the
I'm
terminology,
trying-
and
yeah,
most of the
but
people
I
here
want to
do.
address the definition here.
Well, can I at least ask you a question?
If the definition
please?
of subjective is a statement made or action done by or according to someone's feelings or opinions, then the feelings and opinions would be the thing, right? Being an object above the statements, right?
No.
The feeling or the opinion would be above the
No.
statement being made, right?
No.
The statements would be the subject
Flying
of the
high
feelings and
above.
opinions, right?
No. It's literally not in the definition.
Yes.
No.
I'm explaining the
can we just-
definition, dude.
no,
I'm not saying that's the definition of objective.
We're gonna have a definition battle.
Oh my God, you're
if
so
the
dumb.
definition,
Bang.
if the definition,
Bang, please.
Can we just move him to the audience?
if-
This is
if-
so
if-
Yeah,
dumb.
if-
Randolph, I
if
think
the
we're
definition-
done here. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amy. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I mean, it was the question he was never going to ask, or answer, which his logic, he was saying, if God speaks, it makes things objective. And so, by his logic, if God says graping people is good, well, that's good. We can't even disagree. It's objectively moral. And they always respond to this, oh, well, God would never do that, from their own subjective mindset.
Like, I find it hilarious that at the end there, he's like trying to read in his own personal interpretation of the definition. Like, oh, if it's subjective and somebody subjectively says it, well, their mind is above it. Therefore, my made up definition is true. It's so dumb. Oh my God.
Yeah, Bang. The terminology you're using is not what we're typically hearing in philosophical circles and in just a normal conversation. I think whatever source you're using for those definitions, you might want to look at other sources and try to correct that, because it seems like maybe you've got a misleading source there somewhere. I'm not faulting you for it, but look at some other sources and try to get the terminology correct. It will probably help you a lot in future conversations. And our next guest here is Charm Hole. Thank you very much for joining us.
I love the name.
Yeah, thank you. What's up, everybody?
How's it going? But what you got for us today?
I got a lot of good stuff. I just want to point out earlier you're talking about infinities. I actually played a really awesome mobile game called Idle, or it's called Exponential Idle. And it's like the cookie clicker, all these idle games, but without those pesky graphics. And what it did was it actually taught me the concept of these infinities. There's different sets of infinities. It's pretty interesting. And I believe the term you guys were looking for earlier was like Aleph 0 and Aleph 1. Those are like the two main sets of infinity that there are. That it's just interesting. I suggest anybody listening or here look it up. Aleph, it's ALEF, or I'm sorry, ALEPH dash 0 or a dash 1. Those are like the two sets of infinity. It has a lot more to do with like the speed of numbers than like the quantity of numbers. It's interesting. It's really cool stuff.
If you have
Anyway.
if you have a link to the game, if you could post it in the Heathen Hangout chat, that would be appreciated.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I'm going to post actually is what I got a little written up here because I've been listening to you guys trying to figure everything out, right? So I'll do that in a second. Yeah, so exponential idle. And I love how you guys called on me to speak the moment I take a break to go take a shit. So I'm holding it in.
Okay,
for
too
you.
much information. Did you want to? Did you need a few minutes? We can come back to you.
No. I'm holding it in. All right. So we've got. I think the biggest thing here because I got a little spiel ready. However, because you guys are real wiggly with this stuff, I want to see if either the five of you or maybe individually you can give a definition of what you think could be defined as God. Because a lot of times, like people come in here and they have kind of their own reasoning, and then you guys kind of jump and like start dogpiling.
Non-physical mind that
wiggling there.
created the universe. Next.
I'm sorry?
Non-physical mind that created the universe.
A non-physical mind that.
Yeah, I'll be
Right.
easy. I don't have a definition.
Okay.
It also doesn't help if I give a definition because then you might have a completely different definition. And if I stick to my definition of God, I'd be fighting a straw man. So I think it's much more honest to have the guest who has a working definition for their God come up with it. That speeds up the conversation and avoids beating straw man.
Piggyback on both of them, we normally ask the theist, what do you believe and why? The why is normally more important because people can say whatever they want for as long as they want. But I would also agree with TJump. I at least am convinced that a non-physical mind cannot exist. A non-physical mind that transcends the universe and thus creating our own. It's somewhere between a science fiction and fantasy. It is a literal Deus Ex Machina.
Right.
So
I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything that doesn't. Because everything I would come up with that doesn't entail a logical contradiction, essentially just kind of like deism, like the sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football and everything, and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence left behind. So you can get there, but as far as like God, if you're just like this with attributes and stuff, like everything entails a logical contradiction. So it really depends upon what you bring, Charmed.
Okay.
So for me, I see the supernatural power aspect. It's always there with every deity, goddess or gods that people bring up. And creating everything is not necessary, especially in polytheistic kind of beliefs. But it tends to be a very common characteristic in the monotheistic beliefs. That because the one God has to basically overcompensate because it's the only one.
Right.
And this leads me sometimes to ask the question: why is there only one when people insist there's only one? Why can't there be others? And all these kinds of conversations ensue. What is your definition of a deity, a goddess, or a god that or multiple that you think is applicable here?
Yeah, I do kind of have two working definitions. I've thought about this quite a lot for my entire life. When I was a baby, when I was a kid, a literal child, my mom convinced me I could see angels, right? So I was really into the church. I was really big into it, right? And then Reddit came out, the internet came out, not so much. And now I'm kind of coming back to it. So I think what's interesting is you guys seem to have kind of a general consensus that that a fallacy or something that can't exist just can't exist. I feel like you're kind of already setting the bar, like it's basically impossible because you're saying like this.
Well, if it entails logical contradiction, that's where I would kind of draw that line. If what is proposed entails a logical contradiction, then it cannot exist.
Right. So, and I love logic. All right. So let's do a logic.
The one thing is that does come up. Sometimes people will just describe nature and say that that's God, and that's nature. But that's nature. We already have a word for that, and
that's why I wanted you guys, because like I have my own definition of like say a soul, but I wanted you guys to say exactly what you think is God.
I'm lost. I'm lost on the point. I'm not following. Like you said something like, if something can't exist, it can't exist. I mean, I agree. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you're saying. You're saying so it's basically, you're kind of being the immovable object right out the gate, right? So I don't really TJump and Amy, no offense, but if you're going to be like my view is an immovable object, right? Then I feel like there's not much I could say to either of you, but for the rest, like say
wait, hold on. Can I interrupt you right there? Sure. It's not an immovable object. I would say that if you can't get over, I would say TJumps and I's physicality to a mind, it's just that you have a weak definition of a God. It's a God that cannot really interact in the physical world as we experience with minds. And so it would be this new thing that you would have to demonstrate. And so it is actually the appropriate bar that you should have to get over to prove that there is this type of mind.
Right.
Here's a quick side question for you. Would the cosmos qualify as an immovable object?
I mean, that's a deep one right there. I would say that's more of an unstoppable force.
I'm still completely lost on anything you said. Wait,
right.
I'm still completely lost on, because you said that we're saying if an object can't exist, it can't exist, which that's true. If an object can't exist, like a round square, then it can't exist because it's illogically impossible. But I still have no idea.
I can tell you.
What
he's about to sell us on a non-physical mind.
Let him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Please present an argument of some kind, something for me to actually.
Oh, baby, I'm ready because this is all about you, TJump.
Please,
go. So, all right. Well, so again, like, non-physical. I think non-physical is a really interesting word there, because you're saying like, okay, so it has to basically exist outside of our reality, right? And I think generally what you're talking about is God of gods, right?
What?
Now, just real quick, here's my definition of what God could be, or more specifically, what it isn't, right? Now, I think everybody agrees, including TJump and the rest here. I think you all agree that you can understand what God isn't. You definitely know. I feel like you seem pretty, or else you wouldn't be having this hangout, right? You feel pretty convinced of what God isn't, or what a God couldn't be. And I think that's really important to intelligent thought and critical thinking, right? Is first you round out exactly what it can't be, and then you can figure out what it can be, right? So I think it's really important that we got that out of the way, that what it can't be is reality, right?
What?
So if you're going to say something can never be reality, you are effectively saying in your lifetime that yes, you will never be able to be convinced that something that doesn't exist can exist, because you are effectively saying,
Charm. This is coming around to where we left off, because what I stated is that if it entails a logical contradiction, then it can't exist. So then you mentioned something about logic. So I'm kind of pushing with TJump here, is like, so if you have like a logic thing you want to present, but we're just saying that, logical contradictions cannot exist. Are you saying that they could exist?
No.
Well, because you can say that they, because you can, okay, because you can understand, excuse me, just real quick. Okay, look, when you say logical contradiction can't exist, right? Your neurons are real. Your neurons are in the physical world, and your neurons are telling you that you've worked out of exactly what reality can't be. So that void that you understand, you were understanding that logical fallacy as an idea, right? Now that brings me to exactly my definition, which is, and this is a mouthful here, so just stay with me until the end. but and I'm about to type it out in the Heathen Hangout chat, so just so you have like an idea of exactly what I'm saying, all right? So there are known knowns, which is the body, right? The physical world. There are known unknowns, right? Known unknowns. Like you're talking about how
things we know that we don't know.
right. There
Right.
are unknown knowns,
Okay.
right? And then there are unknown unknowns. All right. Now I typed something. This might be wrong because I get it mixed up a little bit, but I just typed it out so a little bit easier for people.
Quote.
What?
It's a quote from Rumsfeld. He's the guy who says this. There are no knowns. There are things we know.
Sure, I'm sure he said it. I pray to God he's not the first person to say that. But yeah, no. So this is kind of the general.
Which part is your
thing.
definition?
The general. Right. Well, so this is the equation basically that I kind of get at, which is if you can even imagine a God. That's like 1 point for God. That's like, oh, you like, okay, there's more of understanding and knowing an unknown known. Or what's really hard to understand or figure out is an unknown unknown. Now, in order to think about an unknown unknown, you first must, like I think JL did earlier, which is you must know the unknown, which is if you know that logical fallacies can exist, effectively like something that's less than negative, right? Something that's
logical fallacies cannot exist.
But okay, but the idea of logical fallacies exist,
logical
right?
contradictions cannot exist. So yeah,
right. But the idea of logical fallacies exist, or else you would not be able to say something like that.
No. We can look at a statement. We can look at a proposition and determine that it is true, and then, but by determining that a proposition is true, we also confirm that the opposing deal is false. So it's simple. As simple as the proposition that I am wearing glasses is true, but that also entails that the proposition that I am not wearing glasses is false. So
logical contradictions cannot exist even in your mind. You cannot imagine a round square in your mind. So no,
also true, yeah.
So no, they do not exist in your mind. But I wanted to go one sec. Stop. What you have been saying, you said this like 3 times. You said, God isn't in reality. And that's, you were trying to describe our position. Nobody said that. Nobody has said God isn't in reality. That's not a thing we've said. So my position isn't God doesn't exist in reality. My position is there's no evidence of God.
Indeed.
Your own definition is that he is or could ever be a logical fallacy to which you say logical fallacies cannot exist.
Never said that. So I said God is a non-physical mind that created the universe. There is no logical contradiction.
And can non-physical minds exist?
Yes.
Yes, they can?
Yes, there is no logical contradiction in a non-physical mind.
Wait.
Well, I would say what we're saying is we're not
that was
convinced.
Easy. All right, so God can exist.
Wait. So yes, so that's possible, but there's still no evidence for it. So what is your point?
Exactly.
But the evidence is that you can say that at all.
That's
the evidence.
Well, we can say that about anything. We can say that the Big Bang is a result of a unicorn fart.
Well,
just because we can conceive it doesn't mean that's a possible thing.
Exactly. So, but that's us working out the reality, right?
No.
That is the known unknown.
No,
right?
That's
the Big
conceivability.
Bang.
Conceivability.
Excuse me?
That's conceivability. The fact that we can conceive of something. So the fact that we can imagine something isn't evidence it's true of reality. I think you've skipped the step where the things you imagine can be false and not correspond to reality. And so you need some way to differentiate the imaginary things which are true from the imaginary things which are false. Just being imaginary isn't evidence that it's true. It's just evidence that it doesn't have a logical contradiction.
I'm not saying that it is. I'm simply saying that the argument for that is the attempt to understand the known unknowns or the unknown knowns.
Well, why do you think it got
exists? And then from doing that, we bring the unknown unknowns, the unknown unknowns into reality. We bring it from the aether, from figuring it out. Now, does that mean it doesn't exist without us? Probably not, right? But again, you're putting so much weight on what, like you say, like Big Bang, like duh, like of course the Big Bang exists. It took so much physical labor and tool making and understanding and philosophy in order to even be able to imagine something like that has actually happened, right?
But
in
Charmel,
our part of the universe.
Wait, what is your
right?
point?
Well, we sit on the shoulders of giants, right? So
Yes,
from then,
knowledge
how did we get
requires
there?
lots of
Okay,
other
right.
knowledge. So what?
Right. Okay. So how did we get there? We got to the Big Bang Theory by questioning the unknown unknowns, by banging on the door of the unknown unknowns and saying, let us the fuck in.
Yes,
We
that's
want to figure out how this
epistemology.
world exists. So by you denying the existence of God, you are denying the attempt to bring the unknown into the known. You are denying even the
Hold up.
effort to try to understand our reality better and more honest than what you are, because what you are doing is an inherent negative. And as much as I fucking hate Darth Dawkins and Mr. Batman, I do appreciate.
We need to address the gibberish you just said. Like, no, denying the
Okay,
existence
don't call
of
it
something,
gibberish, or I'm just gonna fucking leave.
it
You
literally
piece of
is
shit.
gibberish. So you
Wow.
said
Go
that.
fuck yourself, you
Oh.
stupid.
Okay, goodbye, Charmhole. We do not
That means we're
appreciate
done.
that. We do not appreciate that type of decorum here. That's gone too far.
TJump, I think he had an inherent bias against you.
Yes, but I do want to like try to address what he said there. He said
Sure.
something like denying the existence of God is denying the pursuit of knowledge. And that's just dumb. Like, denying the existence of God is a part of the pursuit of knowledge, because when you pursue knowledge, you have to eliminate false beliefs. And so if you found something you think is a false belief, it is rational to deny it. Him simply denying God as a denying the ability to have rational knowledge is just insane. That's dumb.
Correct
Also-
me if I'm wrong, but did it sound like he was essentially trying to like demonstrate in some way that we are being intellectually dishonest? Is that a sense that kind of felt like where he was
Yes.
trying to go with
Well,
that?
the irony is that when you presuppose a god, or when you put a god when there is no good evidence for one, you are actually hindering yourself from searching for the actual answer. When we reserve actually being convinced of an argument until there is good evidence, we are actually continuing to search, and it is the best mindset in which we can find those unknown unknowns. But I also just want to say one last thing, because it was a question on specific things on Just Their World set. He didn't bring up the contingency argument, but he did bring up that it could be that God is contingent on our minds. He kind of made it as an off-color comment. That is, in essence, my contingency argument. I do believe that God and gods and goddesses are all contingent on human minds to exist. And without us or our text, they would disappear. And so that is not evidence that for a god, as most monotheistic or polytheistic people believe it. If you want to say God exists because just like Harry Potter exists, sure. But that's not what most people are bringing to the table when they mean theism.
Man, why is it that TJump hogs up all the good fans? Why is that, man?
Well, I have a slight answer to that, JL. Recently, Pat Lowinger had a discussion with our good friend Darth Dawkins, and he wanted a copy of that. So I helped look for that specific video that had that conversation, and I let it play for a while. And in that conversation, Darth Dawkins said that you had a hard-on for him. So, but you never talk about him. That's why you don't get the fans. If you have a hard-on for someone, you need to talk about them more every single time.
Okay,
That's what that means.
I think we can move on to our guest here. Hello, Pyrex. Thank you for joining our hectic panel today. We look forward to hearing what you have for us.
Just want to start. Is my mic alright? Is it?
Your microphone is
actually-
great, and we like your avatar too.
Thank you.
Yes.
So before I start, I've been here for like the last five people that you invited, and I find like a huge bias from you guys, like because obviously there's 5 of you. You all have your opinions throughout an argument, so you all like to jump in every time there's like a small point that's made. So before I start, I just want to say that could you guys like let me first finish my argument, then give in your points rather than
So
all of you
Sure,
jump
go
in
ahead.
at one
yeah,
time.
so normally what we do is we give people the chance to present their argument. A minute or two when they join in is usually more than enough time. And the only time we would interject normally is if we need some clarification on something. Yeah, other than that, we would generally normally just let you go ahead and tell us what you want to say.
All right.
Yep, that's it.
So I personally believe that believing in a god is like on a scale from 1 to 100%. Well, 1 to 99%. I don't think you could either. I don't think you could say there's no chance of God existing, or there's 100% chance of God existing. Even I'll give some Islamic opinions or things that we have on it. For example, God says in the Quran that the reason why He holds us humans above angels and above jinn is because we have not seen God, but yet we still believe. And I think that evidence, for the most part, is subjective. For example, someone could come tell you and say, "I saw Shrek," and you'd be like, "No, you didn't. Shrek's not a real character." But if they've seen it with their eyes, 100%, you can't completely deny it. That's just everything is just subjective, basically, for the most
Shrek
part.
becomes life.
Was there argument in there somewhere? I missed
And
it.
then, so my point
I'm a
is
little
that
bit lost myself.
convincing you guys like 100% that a god exists is
Well-
not possible at all.
Well, how about this, Pyrex? Obviously, well, what we're essentially saying is that if you believe in God, okay, then something convinced you that this thing exists, right? So obviously you were convinced. So
Yes.
so why don't you present what convinced you, and we'll determine from there. So it's kind of like what you
Yeah.
believe and why you believe in it. So if you're like Muslim, or if you're Christian or non-denominational or Jewish or whatever you happen to be, whatever you believe in, what convinced you, and then we'll take it and then we'll go from there. How about that?
All right. So I was born a Muslim. It was kind of just taught to me, and there was no like real reasoning behind a god or anything. And then as you get older, I was like, what we call it faith, iman. We call it iman, and my faith just kind of like deteriorated slowly because I live in the West. I live in the UK, and I went to like a majority atheist Christian school.
Okay.
And
Pyrex, can I address this just for a second? You talked about faith. Do you think faith is a reasonable path to truth?
faith, I think, goes along with other factors as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there anything you cannot believe based on faith?
I don't know. As I said before, it's like on a scale. Everything's basically subjective.
Well,
As
it's
far
a
as I
simple
know, it's
question.
just
Is there anything you cannot believe based on
I
faith?
can't think of anything right now.
Well, let's go
Okay,
back to
so if two people can believe in the Christian God based on faith and in the Islamic God based on faith, how would we determine which of the two is correct?
Which is why I said other things go along with faith. For example, I'll give you an example. We believe that logically, in Islam, we believe that logically God is all-knowing. He wouldn't send down his son to
That's
get
not
sacrificed.
answering my question.
But I'm telling
That's
you,
not
like,
answering
we
my
use
question.
logic as well as faith.
But that's
I'll
not
give-
answering my question. I asked you a specific question. We have two people, both believe based on faith, but in completely different gods. How would you, Pyrex, determine which of the two is correct?
I wouldn't base it completely on faith, though.
I'm
not saying faith is 100% reliant.
I asked you if faith was a reliable path to truth, and you said yes.
To some extent, with other things, it's not just have faith. I'm not saying just faith. You just need faith to believe in something. You need other things as well.
is faith in any way a reliable path to truth?
Not just faith, yes, but faith adds up other things.
No,
factors as well.
I'm not asking not just faith. I'm asking, is faith a reliable path to truth?
Wait, I think he just answered you. So he said faith on its own is not. So he said not.
Yeah,
just faith.
he's still he did answer, but he's still using it. You have to have faith and something else. I want to rule out faith because we've already now just established that faith is completely unreliable. So you should ditch
I
faith.
didn't say that. I said faith is necessary with other things. I don't get your argument. You're just trying to like pick small things that make no sense.
Argument, let me clarify. So his argument is faith on its own with nothing else any amount of evidence? So you mentioned the scale from 1 to 100.
No, that's blind faith. I don't believe in blind faith.
Right. So faith on its own is completely worthless. Does nothing. Zero.
What is it completely worthless? Everything has some worth.
Wait. So that's what we're asking. What is that worth? Where do you get that worth? Where's that little tiny percent? Because we see it as zero. Why do you think it's trustworthy at all?
Yeah, and I might want to clarify because I make a clear distinction. I'm an epistovist. I reject faith as the most unreliable and dishonest position to have. So there are, if you talk to a theist, they will interchange faith and trust because it could mean the same thing. So it would be a lot better to use trust when you have something that you believe based on evidence instead of blind faith, which is what religious faith is.
No, it isn't.
Does that make sense?
Religious faith isn't blind faith.
Well, that being established,
is believing in something without evidence.
Yeah, that being established, we understand that, but Pyrex hadn't concluded. I mean, he mentioned faith, and I did. I really don't want us to get hung up on the faith thing because he hadn't really finished his thought. So, Pyrex, when you were talking about like why you believe, and I know that you incorporated faith into it, and other things as well. You like logic and other stuff in there. So, but just going from there, how do you get to your God? Because I'd like you to be able to finish that thought. So what's up?
All right. So along with faith also goes the Quran. I read the Quran. When I started, I only read the Arabic version. Didn't really understand the meaning. I went to the tafsir. Tafsir is like the extra context, historical context, all of that. And
I have
I also
question.
believe that it's
why would we believe the Quran?
Peter, let him finish the thought, man. Come on. So yeah, Pyrex, continue on. So you got faith, you've got logic, and you got the Quran that you've cited. Please continue.
Yeah. So as I said, I'm on a scale. Yeah, and the Quran and all of those are factors on my scale, and the Quran in itself, I've read Bible to some extent as well, and it's not just the Quran. Logically, for me, God is necessary. It's like a lifestyle. Islam is like my lifestyle. You guys asked why I'm Muslim, why I keep practicing my religion. It's because to some sense, it holds me accountable for my actions. I, for example, pray all 5 prayers because not only is it just worship to God, but also it's like an alarm in my life. I could be playing games all day. I could sleep all day if I wanted to, and we could find pleasure in that. But prayer, for example, for me, I get up, I go pray, and then I remember, I have so much time. I've been spending it this whole time playing games, and you know how you guys, for example, I watch a guy on YouTube called Hamza. He's like a self-improvement. He just promotes self-improvements for men, and he promotes.
Hamza Stan?
No, Hamza. His name is just Hamza on YouTube, and he promotes self-improvement a lot. And one of the things, he's not Muslim. His name is Hamza though, and
Gotcha.
he promotes.
Get on there.
He promotes what is it called, meditation. He promotes lots of things, and I find that loads of those things in self-improvement are also in Islam, and I don't think there's a necessary to prove God's existence to have faith. You know, you could like believe in Islam because it's good for your life. And you guys,
so
and I find that
what you just listed is all kinds of things for which your God is not necessary.
Well, can I sell you on a different thing, Pyrex? Can I sell you
Hold on, Amy. I really want to have him answer this because he didn't mention a God at all. He mentioned a lifestyle.
A God is necessary for my religion, for the universe, for lots of things. But for faith, God's given us these commandments, and it's up to me to obey these commandments.
I'm just saying.
And He's told us why they're necessary.
Alex, I'm just saying, everything you just listed are things you can do without a God being real or even being part of the equation.
Which is why I would suggest, Pyrex, why can't you just be a conservative atheist?
Because I believe that.
Why can't you use meditation? Why can't you use a schedule in your life to base your life on, which is basically what you're doing?
Fitra, which is like a natural inclination towards God. We believe that every human is born with it, and we believe that we are like we are followers.
Can you explain that?
So
I missed what you said. You believe in what? That every human was born
fitra,
with?
So it's like a natural inclination towards a God, towards a higher being, and we believe that every baby is born a Muslim, and they believe in a God, and then the environment and society changes them. And similarly, I believe that it's important to believe in one God rather than, as you guys say, atheism or whatever, because you guys are bent on societal rules. That's you guys call yourself free or whatever. You're not free at all.
Pyrex,
You're like basically
I was
controlled by
born in a
society and people around you.
Pyrex. I was born in a predominant atheist society. Over 80% of the people in my country identify as either atheist or non-believer. I was not born with fitra. I had no concept of God for at least the first 2 decades of my life.
You just said you're born in that environment, and I'm saying that environment changes you. That's what makes you.
No. You said that if you're born. No. Hold on. You said everyone was born with fitra, and I asked you to explain what that was, and that was a natural inclination to God. I never had that.
How did you know you had that?
It wasn't driven out. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't even mentioned. I don't have that. You just said
you had an atheist family, though.
Peter, I think a better example would be cultures and civilizations that exist on Earth, that currently exist, that have developed over time, the same as other civilizations and cultures, but these particular cultures have no concept of God in their lexicon.
Mm-hmm.
Like in their language, they have no concept of God whatsoever. So
exactly.
it didn't even pop up independently. So by you saying that everyone is born with this inclination towards it within them, there are literally surviving cultures and civilizations out there, like living today in the world, that have no concept for a God, or they don't even have a word for it in their language. That the only reason they know about God is because someone external to them introduced them to the concept. But they were kind of well, that's weird. So we introduced them to a word, and they're like, well, we have no word for that in our language because it's never occurred to us.
And
so yes,
it's worse, Jail, because he already said that he said he was born a Muslim, which doesn't happen. But then right after that he said, I was taught to be a Muslim, or I was taught Islam. If you can't be born something and then there is a necessity to teach you that specific thing as well.
A Muslim isn't someone that just follows Islam. We believe that Adam was Muslim. We believe Jesus was Muslim.
Well, okay, but Pyrex, how do you Peter? But I've already presented a contradiction to what you're stating. If every human being if every human being was born with this innate leaning towards God, towards Islam, towards Allah, okay, then that would mean that it would be popping up independently all over the world. That means the Native Americans would be leaning towards that as well. That means that South Americans, indigenous South Americans would lean that. Australians would lean towards that. Okay, every one of the planets would lean towards this.
Every single religion on the world
has
come from that natural inclination.
Peter, hang on a second. Hang on, I haven't finished.
I just wanted to add to what you said.
Peter, I hadn't finished the statement.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
So these things would be popping up independently and would be looking very similar to one another. But we have cultures that live today that have zero concept of God, of a God in their language. They don't even have a word for it. So how do you explain a culture that comes up and has no concept of a God whatsoever, and cultures that, and the existence of cultures that have no concept of Islam and believe in a completely different theology than what Islam presents?
So I think you misunderstand what I said. You think that by natural inclination to a higher being, you think I mean Islamic Allah, you know? We believe that that's not the case. We believe that it's a natural inclination to a high being could be anything.
What JL said,
for example,
was
Buddhism,
addressing that.
idealism, and also the fact that lots of people don't need to worship God. They worship money. They worship status. They worship lots of things.
Yes, Pyrex. But the cultures that I'm talking about don't have anything of worship. They don't have any religion. Pyrex, religion, God, these concepts don't exist for them. Like they literally evolved and established their societies and their civilizations. They have no concept of these things.
And I agree with everything they're
no
saying,
concept
but also
of worship.
that is like when you say you worship money, that is metaphorical. When you worship many definitions of a god have a literal form. But I want to ask and counter just maybe some of these. Like you were saying, okay, self-improvement, but then you went societal rules and under control. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Orwellian quotes in his book of War is Peace and Freedom is Slavery, where they were trying to convince people of the exact opposite thing. But do you know what Islam means?
Yes, I know what it means.
What does it mean? There we go. And so it is always an irony when, in my opinion, the pushers, and I'm not saying you are one, of autocracy and theocracy, they're always like, don't you get it? You're really under control. What you need to be is in control by this guy who is watching you 24/7, 365.
That's the difference. I would rather be controlled by a god than something that,
and there
for example,
we go.
like money or government. I would rather be controlled by a higher being that does exist, that is necessary.
And if it is something you want, does it make that real?
But not only does it not make it real, but it makes you the ultimate slave. Dare I say it, in some forms it makes you the enemy of freedom. But I'm open to being proven wrong.
There's no such thing as freedom. I'm just saying.
There you go. Lady,
So Pyrex, given the list of things that you presented for the reasons why you believe, okay? And I don't want to waste too much time. I know that we have other people that have their hands up and we want to get to them. But I'm just going to jump. I'm going to jump ahead to where we would finally get. We could walk down that list of each individual thing that you brought up. We can talk about the problems with faith. We can talk about the problems with the argument from contingency. We can talk about all the different reasons why there's problems there and why they can be totally reasonably rejected. So we can knock down, and we have, each one of us on this stage has at one time or another knocked down all the points that you're bringing up as to why you believe. Okay? You haven't presented anything that is just like this, bam, this is why this thing exists. Essentially, it's arguments from incredulity, appeals to emotion, and arguments from ignorance. Okay, is essentially what you present, all predicated upon all predicated Pyrex. And all of it is predicated on the confirmation bias that human beings are somehow special, that we are some special thing in the world because we appear to be the only thing that reasons and observes the way we reason and observe. So, like, what separates us from the animals? We must be specially
have this this Discord meeting? Because I've seen on YouTube, on your YouTubes, that you guys have
Right.
over 12 hours. Do you guys are saying you guys acting like you get you're trying to get something from all of this, but the truth is you're all just trying to satisfy your own doubts. Because I
Incorrect.
believe all
No,
of you have
incorrect.
doubts
Pyrex.
in your
The
heart
whole
about
point.
a
No,
God.
Pyrex. It is incorrect. That is a misrepresentation of what we're doing up here. The whole point is to have a dialogue between two parties that take fundamentally oppositional positions. You believe a God exists. We do not believe a God exists. Okay, you say that it's impossible for this thing not to exist. We say we disagree with that because, and we present evidence. But somehow you are convinced that it does. We are intellectually honest enough to say, well, we don't know everything. There's the possibility that it could. What convinces you? And so we want to know what you believe in, why you believe in it, and we want you to present either your argumentation or your evidence for that, because you never know. It could be convincing. You may be the Rosetta Stone that unlocks it all. It's unlikely, but you might be. We don't know that. We can't just say, no, we're not just going to stand up here and say, you're a Muslim, so you're wrong. No, that's not what we're doing here. We want to know what convinces you. And the reason we do this is because what you believe informs how you behave. And when you behave a particular way in a society, when you behave in a particular way, then it tells us what you believe. And if you believe in irrational things, then you will be inclined to behave in an irrational fashion. And because we share this planet, we all live together in this same planetary boat, your actions affect others. And if you are acting irrational, if you believe irrational things, you act irrationally, and you affect other people irrationally. That's why we have these conversations.
Pyrex,
hold on. Do you guys think you guys are rational?
Pyrex, I just want to say that what J.L. Warren is saying here very nicely articulates some of the key aspects of what I call the free exchange of ideas. That's why we're bringing people like you up here, because we want to engage in this exchange of ideas. So you're about to ask a question. Go ahead.
I just wanted to interrupt with one more thing.
Peter, let him ask his question. We've got a good momentum. We've got a good momentum. Don't derail him. Pyrex, go ahead with your question.
I was like, do you guys think you guys act rationally or behave properly?
Yes.
I try to.
For the most part, yes.
I take doubt as my ally. I question my rationality, but I strive to be as rational as possible.
What do you guys base that on, though? Because
I want to add one. I want to add Pyrex. I want to add.
Peter, stop. Let him finish.
He asked the question. I want to answer that question as well.
Peter, you interrupted him again.
Is this a debate between you two rational?
I know. I want to answer the question that he just asked as well. I think I'm acting rationally, and while acting rationally, I am interested in not what you believe, because that is what you keep listing. We Muslims believe X. I'm interested in why you believe. That is the topic of this conversation. That is what we're interested in. And when you say that we don't want to be convinced, you're wrong, because that's the topic of this conversation. And that's the only thing you haven't touched yet. The why. The how.
What we believe
why do
is
you
why
believe?
we believe it.
Say again?
What we believe is why we believe it.
Okay, so Pyrex.
Do you think that's rational?
Yeah, that's
so
irrational.
Pyrex. We strive and make it a goal in our lives to believe as many true things as possible, to reject as many false things as possible, and to act in a rational way, to act in a rational manner throughout our lives. And we understand that we are constantly improving. So that's a goal that we set. So yes, for the most part, we believe that we act in rational fashions. So what was your point leading from there?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes, you asked us, do we think that we're rational people? And I'm saying, yes, we act as best we can in a rational fashion. And we are constantly improving. We're constantly trying to believe and understand more true things than false things so that we can act in that rational, so we can act in a rational manner. So yes, the answer is yes.
But where do you guys base your rationality at improvement on? Like, what's improvement to you guys? Because
That's
I
kind
could
of
say me
subjective.
getting closer to God is improvement.
That's kind of subjective. Improvement to me is like knowledge. It's just like the more I understand, the better my position. So to me, the real improvement, true improvement, is better and deeper and more profound understanding of things. That's pretty much it. So it's like the quest for knowledge, the quest for the exploration, that whole kind of thing. So I want to know more.
We believe in Islam as well, because I'm not coming on here as someone who's entirely uneducated. I've read enough about not only my religion, I've researched other things. I believe education is important. Islam also tells us to educate ourselves. And I think without something telling us to do something, we would have just naturally moved towards it. My parents told me to always respect others. I don't think if I had just been left on my own with the surroundings I'm in, I wouldn't be respecting everyone, because I'm disrespected, I'd also disrespect. But I guess
but we can knock that down though, because we can just say that's your empathy talking, and you just labeled your empathy as a god.
And what I would continue to like to sell you on is that there's a healthy, secular version of self-improvement that works on helping others, helping yourself, becoming just a better human.
In essence,
but if Islam is, for example, if Islam is making me a better person, do you guys think it's wrong for me to believe in Islam?
I'll tell you why. Okay. So Jay, so if you are, I'll give you the one asterisk. If you are a serial killer, and you are coming to us, and you're saying, "Look, I have the knife in my hand, and the only reason that I don't stab people is because of God." Fine, believe in God. But should you believe in God if there are alternatives and you don't think that this is true? No, I think you should do the alternative. I think you should, if you value family, community, and tradition, there is no need to anchor yourself to any sort of superstitious belief system.
Okay, but as you just said, you said that if you could find another alternative, why does there need to be another alternative? Because you guys can't, for example, you can't, with science or whatever you guys believe in, you can't factually say that something is 100. Well, anything could be 100% good alternative. So
we can't say for 100%.
No,
but we can actually
we
make a fairly good roadmap.
We can say with 100% believing in science has more evidence than God, so it's better.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we can say with 100% there are better alternatives to a God. God is just something that people made up with no evidence. There's no justification for believing that. There's better bases for everything, for morality, rationality, meaning, and purpose. Anything can be better than God there. All it has to do is have a little bit of evidence, which is pretty easy because God has none. So yes, we do have objectively better bases for everything than God.
Okay, can I ask you guys something? Do you guys believe in a infinite cycle of dependency?
What does that mean?
I think he's talking about infinite regress, like the infinite contingency. But yes, an infinite regress is entirely possible. There's no logical contradiction entailed by it.
I think infinite regress and infinite dependency are kind of different.
So what is infinite dependency?
Well, if one thing is dependent upon another, and then you still have, so it's still an infinite regress.
Let him answer. What is infinite dependency? What do you mean by those words?
So I'll give you an example. Imagine I've been sent to like shoot someone, yeah, and I have a higher boss than me, and he tells me to he has to give me the command. If I keep having
Grim Reaper.
Yeah, if I keep having people above me to command me, if this cycle goes on and on, would I ever shoot the gun? If it's an infinite cycle?
Yes, you can have infinite cycles.
Would I shoot it?
Yes, you can have infinite cycles.
So you're saying if this cycle carries on, eventually I'll shoot this guy?
Yes, there are infinite cycles that do continuate. That's totally rational.
But who gives that command?
There could be lots of things.
Who gives that?
No. So this is a dumb argument. You can have infinite regressions that do occur. That is perfectly rational. They're not like commands. You don't need commands. It's called a tensed theory of time. Time doesn't need to be tensed, and that's how you solve the problem. So
You guys believe in a beginning of time?
yes.
Okay, so if there was the beginning of time, if there was, let's say, nothing, what existed there that started this?
Quantum fields. That's the consensus. That's all of the evidence in physics. There's more evidence for quantum fields than God. Quantum fields beat God in every way.
Are quantum fields
And also, if we're talking about the
independent?
beginning of time,
Yes.
we're talking
Quantum
about the
fields are
beginning of
independent.
time in this particular universe. So that doesn't entail that time doesn't exist anywhere else outside our universe. The only time we can see is within this universe, and that definitely had a beginning.
Yes, quantum fields are independent.
But there's there's two theories, I believe. There's time had a beginning and time has always been there. And I think
That's what I just explained.
Everything is
That's
based
what I just
on,
explained. It's
and I think
depends on what time you're talking about. If you're talking about the time we experience in our universe, that time had a specific beginning. Yes. There may be time elsewhere, which we don't know of, and it may have always existed. Oh, yes, both are correct.
But that's the thing. You guys are mostly basing this on maybes.
No. This is all better. Wait, 1 sec. So
you
all
guys
of this.
just
Wait,
as,
hold
I
up.
think, delusional.
Stop.
You claim
This has
religious dogma.
evidence. God has no evidence. You're basing it on a maybe. We're basing it on evidence. So your position is unsupported.
Exactly.
Our position has lots of evidence. So yours is a maybe. Ours is evidence.
What evidence is there?
If you want to continue this,
Wait.
why not start with evidence for your God?
The evidence for the quantum fields is in the predictions of the Casimir effect, the observations in the cosmic microwave background, the mathematical equations that have been shown to be correct and make predictions in all of these fields. These are things that can be done in physics that your God can't do. Your belief can't make successful predictions. Ours can. Ours has evidence. Yours does not.
Well, we also believe that God can work with science. God made science.
I don't
God
care.
made all
What
these
predictions?
mathematical-
What predictions can you make that can confirm your hypothesis?
Yeah, saying that God created science, saying that God created science, everything that's literally just a claim. You have nothing to support that.
I can even shoot down the fact that your God created science because of the numerous scientific errors in the Quran. Things that we have established to be completely false.
I don't think you've. I think you've.
Yes,
read biased
I
reports.
can go to.
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say the sperm. I know. Yeah,
hold
exactly.
On, hold on.
I'll link you a server which has all the information disproving all of your claims with science.
You can't because I've read them all by now.
No, you haven't. Have you read the Quran completely?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he oddly enough, Peter has, because he has produced.
I hosted a show on reading the Quran cover to cover. I hosted a show reading the Quran cover to cover with people who speak. All of the guests in the panel spoke Arabic. All of the guests in the panel grew up as Muslims reading the Quran. So yes.
With tafsir?
In Arabic, yes.
No, not Arabic.
Yes.
Tafsir.
But Pyrex, do you have any? I wasn't going to bring it up, but now that you're bringing up the Quran, do you have any views on the ant, the chapter in there?
The what?
So there's a chapter in the Quran called the ant. It's where the Prophet Solomon talks with, among numerous animals, but one of those where it gets the chapter's name is ants.
Oh yeah, he talks to the ants. Yeah, I read that.
Pretty normal stuff, or
nothing in the Quran is
very
evidence.
Scientific.
Nothing.
Yeah, I kind of
scientific.
I partially read the Quran because essentially your God can be. You guys admit that, or you guys say that your God can be a liar, and that kind of just defeats the whole friggin' thing. So it's like, then what's the point?
Yes.
So
the Quran
kind of defeated itself.
The Quran also states that Allah can completely confuse you and will.
Yeah, that's just like self-defeating. It's kind of like then it could then it just like everything is completely freaking arbitrary to do whatever this is. Like, what's the point of that?
That single sentence rules out the entire Quran, because we don't know where Allah spoke the truth to Muhammad and where he was just deceiving him.
Are you saying God's an
So,
abusive boyfriend? Or
it
girlfriend?
doesn't.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
just saying.
you guys are about. You guys are getting your information from like unreliable sources.
The Quran
Because I've
gives the
heard that
best
argument
reason.
before, and it's already been refuted on YouTube
No,
several
I'm
times.
just straight up saying that the Quran gives the best reason
It's
to
been
not believe
refuted
in
on YouTube.
The Quran gives the best reason itself why not to believe in Islam is because your God is potentially lying to you, and you can't demonstrate that it is or it isn't. So this whole necessity. The whole
he just said that Allah is dependent on YouTube because that's
I
where it
didn't
was
say
defeated.
that. What the hell are you on about, mate?
You said it was defeated because it
said
was
it all
defeated
of our
on
I
YouTube.
said the
That was
argument that you
literally
guys
what you
make,
said.
that non-Muslims make, has already been refuted.
Like ants? You
Yes,
said that
on
so
YouTube,
casually.
not
The one
by
I want to
Allah.
I'm
know.
lying.
It was not defeated by Allah. It was defeated
No,
by
not by
mere
Allah.
humans on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Wow, you guys.
Pyrex. Can Allah deceive people?
Huh?
Can Allah deceive people? Is this a thing that can happen?
He doesn't deceive people. Give you a second.
It's not asking if he did. It's asking. This is a question about Allah's capability. It's not asking if he actually did.
Yeah. Can Allah deceive people?
Or lift.
Could you guys invite my friend Rahim?
Pyrex.
He's the thingy.
No, Pyrex.
He knows it better than me. I'm not
Pyrex,
going to
let's
speak
just
to
answer
stuff
the
that I have no
no,
knowledge
because the
on.
conversation is with you, Pyrex. Can Allah deceive people?
I'm not going to say something unless I have information on it. I'm not educated on that.
Your own
You
book.
haven't read the
I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
Pyrex, your own holy book says that Allah can that
Can you
Allah
give the
can
verse,
deceive.
please? Can you give the verse, please?
Peter, you may have the surahs memorized better than I do.
I have to look it up, but I'll look it up.
Where it talks about
you
Allah,
continue the conversation.
Allah's capacity for deception.
And I just want to say that
I just want to say before we end this or whatever, the other people waiting, and that I find that when you guys are debating, you guys have made like several episodes of this because you guys like on purpose choose people who obviously put their hands up. I'm not educated, I'm not a scholar, and I think you guys should discuss with actual scholars. There's several Muslim servers I can recommend where there's actual scholars in them, and they could perhaps debate with you.
Pyrex, I've got it here.
I've got the surah. The surah is 354.
354. I got Surah 354. So the Quran states many times that Allah is the best.
It says literally, it's the best deceiver.
Allah is the best deceiver, and the word it uses is makir. So Quran, like Surah 354, essentially, and they cheated, deceived, and God cheated, deceived, and God is the best of the cheaters, deceivers. So yes, so Pyrex, your book literally states that that Allah.
So first of all, it says, "And they, the disbelievers, planned, but Allah planned, and Allah is the best of planners." Planners just means that He's better than them at planning the. Because they obviously made evil plans against the Muslims, so in return, Allah made plans to basically defeat their plans.
So
it means planning, not
because God is God is the best at the
because he plans over the planners, the people who plan evil against Muslims, who plan crimes, whatever they do.
There are multiple verses in the Quran. Quran 8:30 also states that God is the best of deceivers. 799, 1021, 1342. So there are multiple verses in the Quran, multiple surahs where God is stated as the best deceiver, and that He does indeed deceive people.
Yeah, the literal translation is, and the disbelievers planned, but Allah planned, and Allah is the best deceiver.
Okay,
that's the literal translation of that of Surah 354.
What I've got, it literally said, I've got a Quran in front of me, and it says, "And they, the disbelievers, planned, but but Allah planned, and Allah is the best of planners. That's what 354 means. And also, I have a good friend who knows more about this than me. His name is Zaim. If you want to add him, you could add him right now. He'll refute your points. He's in the
But we're talking to you.
audience.
We're talking to you, and we're still waiting
No, but I'm
for
saying
you
there's
to come up.
5 of you. There's
Hold
5
on,
of you. You've
let me
all
finish
picked
one
up your little
sentence.
points, and you're trying to attack
Pyrex, let me finish one
claiming
sentence.
that-
We're talking to you, and we still haven't heard from you why we should believe that Allah exists. That's the thing that we're interested in. And you haven't even tried to come up with something why we should believe Allah exists, other than reading the Quran. Why should we believe the Quran? Because if Allah doesn't exist, the Quran's just a book.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to say I believe that Allah only guides those who
That is what
Allah
you
only
believe.
guides. No, wait. Allah
That's
only
not
guides
why
those
you
who are
believe.
sincere. I think, in my opinion, you guys might just be ignorant. So even if I could go rambling on for like 5-10 hours, and I don't think we would get anywhere. You guys are just like,
Well,
as-
wait,
as
wait,
the
wait,
maybe
best I
you
said,
got the
you guys
wrong
are like
end of the
movable
stick.
objects.
Stop.
It's not
So,
because
Pyrex,
I choose to
Pyrex,
see you guys are just ignorant. In my
you
opinion.
don't get to say that Allah
Pyrex.
only works on people who are genuine, because that's how not real evidence works. That proves it's fake.
Yes.
That proves you have nothing, because real evidence works on people regardless of
Quran.
whether or not it's genuine. The
I have the
Quran
Quran.
is
And-
garbage. There's
and-
nothing in it that's evidence.
And there's
There's
another
nothing
thing.
that's justified.
And there's another
nothing
thing.
that provides evidence for it whatsoever. You need evidence, not your opinions, not your feelings, not your biases. You're biased.
But
as
I said, evidence is subjective to you guys.
Evidence is not subjective. Evidence is by
Pyrex.
definition
Yes, it is.
objective.
Yes,
no,
it
it's
is.
not. Is the
Yes, it is.
world being round, is that subjective? No. It's objective. You don't get an opinion.
If you were living 2,000 years ago, when there
no,
was no
the
science,
world would still
Maybe
be
you're
objective.
wrong.
If you
wouldn't know,
lived
though. You wouldn't
2,000
know.
years
If I
ago,
told
you
you-
would
if I told
already
you-
know that the Earth was round.
If I told you I slept
because
with your mum, you would be like-
they've known that for
you'd be
more
like,
than.
oh, no, you didn't. What would you base that on? That's
Yes, you didn't.
Evidence is not
How would you know?
subjective. Evidence is objective. For it to
Because
be
we
evidence,
have-
it has to be objective. Your opinion, your bias is subjective. You want to make evidence subjective because it's the only way you can make your religion work, because it has no objective evidence. We have objective evidence. You don't.
You do not have objective evidence.
Yes, we do.
The speed of light is
No,
not
you don't.
subjective.
Wait.
If you could 100% prove objectively that God doesn't exist, I'll not become Muslim. Go.
Whoa,
Why would we need to
Let me talk. You
Why
gotta
would
talk.
we
Wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
prove that God doesn't exist?
Stop, Peter, stop.
Go.
Holy shit. Let me talk. No, evidence is not a proof 100% God does not exist. Evidence is anything that increases the probability. We have lots of things that increase the probability the Quran is false, that God doesn't exist. What?
The Quran increases my probability of
No, the Quran
my
is
evidence.
false. The Quran makes many
Yeah, that's
false
obviously
claims
what
that
you're
are
going to say. You're a
provably
kafir.
false. No, that's how evidence works. That's why no one in academia, no one in the sciences, no one in geology thinks the Quran is right. Only deluded psychopaths think the Quran is right because they don't know the evidence. When you look at the evidence in science, it proves the Quran wrong, which is why no one uses the Quran in science, because it fails. The objective evidence that actually works in reality is science, not the Quran, but you're too biased to think that.
TJump, a fetus looks like chewed gum. Come on.
Yeah, we can pretty much
You
walk
guys-
down Pyrex. We can walk down the
You guys
list.
are just you guys are just insulting.
it's-
You don't actually have any argument
Pyrex,
to prove the
it's
Quran
very
wrong.
it's
just
good to
all
know.
of it
It's
is
good to
subjective
know
you
that
guys.
Pyrex. It's good to know that misrepresenting us and misrepresenting science, and then trying to debunk that misrepresentation is not just a Christian kink; that's also a Muslim kink. So that's good to know. But I know that he's gone now.
This is
But-
why I want to interject and say that it is not about trying to make him look stupid or trying to make people who believe in Islam look stupid. That is not what we're after here. And that is sadly, that is probably why he left, because he got that impression.
No,
That's not the case.
No, he didn't leave. I removed him because he started getting into all this ridiculous, insulting stuff that we don't. I could see where it was going. There was it was not going in a good direction, just like the previous one. Went way off the edge. I'll just read one comment from our YouTube audience from Leophilius. The argument from evil deductively proves that classical theism is false. One of you should present it. If anybody would like to present that, feel free. Otherwise, we will move on to our next guest.
Well, I just want to say that he brought up that all of our arguments, or the vast majority, have been debunked on YouTube. And I actually spent 2 hours of my time watching a Dawa trying to give apologetics for why we could talk with ants. And then I realized I was watching a Pixar movie.
Amy Newman.
Yes.
Amy Newman, is it now time for me to remind you that my longest presence on YouTube was about 10.5 hours on your channel, trying to go through a 45-minute YouTube video that should already have convinced me that a God exists?
Yeah, we're
And
supposed to be Christian, Muslim. We're supposed to be one of those right now.
And that was a Christian video, and at the end we had, I think, at least 3 Christians in our hangout debunking that specific video, which was a lot of fun.
And
If you want to see that, it's on Amy Newman's channel. It's the longest video on there, I think.
So our previous guest, Pyrex, did make some statement about how we need to talk to scholars. Well, that we have spoken with scholars. There's scholars who've been on here. We had Pat Lowinger here last time. He joined in and gave some perspective that a lot of people found very interesting, and quite a few found educational. So we do get scholars on here, and but our goal here is to ask anybody. We're not limiting our purview just to scholars. Welcome, Zvenka boy. You've been in our queue for a while. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
I mean, happy to be here. Hello to all people on YouTube. I just found out you guys are live streaming, so that's pretty cool to be in there.
You're in.
So yeah, I'm definitely in. So I heard a statement. It was from Peter, and he said we shouldn't believe in the Quran because it's in a book. We shouldn't believe in math books then either because it's only in a book.
I didn't say that.
Everything
hold on.
that
I did not. Hold on. I'm going to interrupt you because that is not what I said.
The exact statement was,
why should we believe the Quran? That was the exact statement.
Because it's only a book.
No. I said,
I wrote
why
it
should
down.
we believe the Quran? Hold on. I'll repeat what I said because I remember what I said. I said, why should we believe the Quran? Because if Allah doesn't exist, it is only a book. That is exactly, word for word, what I said.
Okay, so math books are also only books. Language is
Svenka, math can be demonstrated.
But
Yes.
yeah, but so I'll go back. I'll go to my all-encompassing. Everything is subjective. Since humans made up the thought process it depends on. Math, language is all subjective since it's man-made.
No.
Everything Can I speak? Can I speak?
We have no. You can't finish because all the things that you are listing and are going to list can have independent verification and have had independent verification.
I will get to that as
that has not happened with any of the holy books. I don't care which one you want to adhere to, but none of those has been independently verified.
I'm on your side mostly. I'm an agnostic. Okay, so can I continue the statement? Everything in the universe is built on like space powers that we recognize or we perceive, right? But it could be a lot more since the thought process in our brain is also made up of the same quantities that we recognize. Our thoughts are regulated by electrical signals because we believe that electrical signals are the ones that are governing our body because we are taught in books that electrical signals govern us, right? They
That's not why we believe it. Hold on. No, that's not why we believe it, because it's not in the book that we should believe it. All the things that are in that book that you just mentioned, that we're regulated by electricity, is based on evidence.
So I'm just
The
gonna.
book wasn't there.
Can I?
The book wasn't there first, and then we started to understand it. We started to understand it, and in order to teach people, we write books about it.
I'll
diff-
continue with my
That's
statement.
different.
Can I just finish this really quick? The difference between science and religion is that you could burn every holy book right now, and chances are religion may come back, but almost none of them would have the exact same gods. You can burn each and every science book right now. Slowly but surely, we would discover and put the exact same facts in the new books.
I can't disagree. I wrote something as that. Somebody said, if we die as a species, religion also dies. If we die as a species, math also dies. If we die as a species, our language dies.
Well, Svenka, okay, no, Svenka, stop.
I want to finish that statement.
Svenka, what? Okay,
Can I finish
the
my
the
statement?
language would die, but what the language describes would not. So mathematics, like the arbitrary symbols and whatever we construct in order to describe things in reality. Okay, that's how we know they exist, because they describe things in reality, and we can use those things to make predictions about other things. Those predictions come true. This is why and then we write all this stuff down in a book. So yes,
I can answer that as well. Somebody said, I wrote it down. I don't know what the exact statement was you said, but somebody said a square can't be round. I say a logical square can be round, since you've been taught that a circle is round. But the word circle or the letters is just letters you associate with a rotund shape. You know what a rotund shape is?
No. When we talk about logical contradictions, talk about like contradictory shapes, like a one-ended stick. A one-ended stick is not a thing that can exist, because sticks are not because sticks have two ends. That's definitionally what a stick is. So it's about contradictions in the the identities of a thing. Like a thing cannot be itself and something else simultaneously. That is a logical contradiction. Okay.
Because we've been taught that a circle is round. Our thought process sinks.
No, the identity of a circle is round. That's the identity of a circle.
Describe identity.
Three laws of logic.
I don't know how you want me to articulate that. Like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. So you're talking about
laws are taught to you, and they are logical to you since you've been taught that. But if you were not taught that, you would maybe associate a circle with a square shape, right? Yes or no?
You are just choosing. You're playing a language game. It could be that French and English would not have formed. Can you give me a scientific fact that would be different if we burned all of the scientific textbooks right now?
So a circle is something in your head, right?
I will say the answer is
no.
You can go forward if you want.
Can you imagine a circle?
Wait.
Okay, so that circle's in your head right now.
Wait. Stop. No, you're
not
confusing the concepts to the things that they refer to. There are things in reality that exist independent of our imagination, and the relations between those things cannot be certain ways, regardless of the labels we use for them. A circle in reality, the thing we refer to as a circle, is a shape that doesn't have any corners, cannot be at the same time a shape with corners, because it's a logical contradiction. That means in reality, if there are no humans, an object that is a circle can never be an object that is a square, not based on our definitions, but based on the laws of reality.
Okay,
so they're objective.
Reality is what we perceive it to be, right?
Reality is not.
I have another little thought experiment.
Let's start with the first thing you said. Let's start with the first thing you said. Reality is not dependent on the way we perceive it. It is independent of how we perceive it. That's reality, is the things that are independent of perception.
Do you perceive reality as your reality? Yes or no?
Yes, that's epistemology. That does not matter to ontology. Ontology is true independent of opinion.
So you sense this reality with your senses, right?
That's epistemology. That's irrelevant to ontology. Ontology is reality. Senses are epistemology.
Tribe ontology.
What? No, there's no tribe ontology. Ontology is that which exists.
I'm not a native English speaker.
There is no such thing as tribe ontology. Ontology is that which exists, not that
Describe
which is perceived.
ontology.
Ontology is that which exists.
He's saying describe
But-
ontology, not
but
tribe. Describe.
it-
He's asking you to explain it.
It
Yeah.
literally did. So ontology is that which exists. That is the definition of ontology. That which
You
exists.
know it exists because you
Whether wait,
perceive it.
wait. What I know, knowledge is epistemology. Epistemology is what I know. Ontology is what exists. They're separate things. You don't need to know something for it to exist.
TJump, knowledge is written in a book, and that book is received as you perceive letters, and these letters make a certain association in your brain.
Knowledge
they give
is not only
electrical
written in
signals
the
so
book.
you can understand that.
Yes, but that doesn't matter to ontology.
is-
Ontology is what exists independent of knowledge. It exists even if you have no knowledge.
Irrelevant, TJump, irrelevant.
What?
So basically, I'll go back to my previous statement. So it's what you perceive, right? So we
No,
can all
that's
agree on
epistemology.
No, because I'm a close-up
gonna- I
magician.
wanna
I
have
can
a
make
thought
you
statement.
hold on, Svenska boy, hold on. I'm a close-up magician. I can make you believe that you're seeing things fly. In reality, they're not flying.
I totally
So
agree.
what
with
you
that.
perceive has nothing to do with what is actually real.
I also love books, but I just want to keep on going to it. There's a difference between
So you
prescribing and
perceive-
describing something.
If you perceive math to be the end all or the language is the end all, I mean, these people could think that
Math
that-
is a language. Math is a language to explain what we perceive.
Yeah, and that language is rooted in what we believe that language to hold.
Oh, that
that's
language
the
is
electrical
rooted
signals
in the
our-
evidence because it has predictive power.
So but all those things
Independent,
are all-
independent of perception, it has predictive power. So that's where it's rooted,
it's
and it can be
rooted-
independently
Okay,
verified.
stop
so
interrupting.
it
You've
doesn't
interrupted him way too many times.
lean
Let him
on-
finish. Let him finish. You've talked for like
It's
5 minutes.
rooted in a system that we perceive to be there, right? We perceive that there are.
No, I
no,
just
no,
said
no,
it
no.
wasn't.
Wait, let him finish.
Keep it talking,
I just said
please.
it.
Let him finish. Holy shit.
I have like 15 more pages to go to, so it's kind of like it's
If you-
all
if you keep
rooted in
Let him
repeating
what-
finish.
yourself
Peter,
after
Peter,
being
Peter,
I know, I
corrected,
keep
oh my
repeat-
God,
I
let
keep
him
we're not
repeating
going to get
myself
there.
because you keep interrupting me.
What-
Do you know that's not really nice? But you don't have to be nice.
I
You
go-
I
know
know
what
it's
I'm saying?
not
Sven,
nice, but if I correct
Peter,
you
please
and
stop
you then
talking. Peter, please
restate
stop
it,
talking.
it
Oh
doesn't
my
help.
God, stop talking, Peter. Spin, make your argument. Go.
So it's what we perceive it to be. Some people they perceive God to be real, right? Let's go back to the God
No,
argument.
no one perceives
No,
that.
no, TJump. Let me don't interrupt me. Then
You
as
asked a
well.
question.
You root your beliefs in mathematical equations in what is known to you, right? These people make known what is known to them by what is known to them, right? Like what they are grown up in, what they have been taught, right? So everything is being taught. Like either you believe in the mathematical or the scientific approach of like denying God. These people they think that God is real, right? But in the end, it's all just what we perceive it to be, which is these things that we perceive because everything we get through our sensory system, like our eyes, our smell, like we see. I had a good one when you guys said something about when the rat can see the scientist, he thinks the scientist is God, right? So we cannot see God, so I don't think there is a God because we cannot perceive him. But I'm not denying that God exists because I'm agnostic, and I just have not seen him.
But
Okay,
Sven,
but there-
if
wait,
it's a
one sec,
rat
one
and they
sec,
don't see
one
any
sec, don't-
doctor or
don't-
anyone
no,
there,
no.
you don't have any good evidence to
So,
believe in.
the
for
difference-
past 5 hours.
The difference
But
is
evidence
wait,
is
wait,
rooted
wait,
in what
wait,
you perceive
wait,
it to be,
stop,
right?
stop. So the difference is that we start with our perceptions. Everybody starts with their perceptions and what they're taught. But some people can use those to make predictions about the future and get it right. Some people can't. So if people can use those to make predictions about the future and get them right, those people are rational people. The people who can't and just believe it because they want to with no predictions are irrational people. So the fact that we start with our perceptions doesn't matter. It's objective if you can make predictions about the future that we can all see.
But what is right and wrong is also in the society
No.
you grow up with. No, because in certain societies,
No.
tell me why it's a no.
Because if you think
Can you
you're going to
explain
fly
to
and
me?
you jump off a cliff and you die, it's not about your perception. You're literally dead. There is a reality there. You exist. That existence is not based on society. Society doesn't get to define you into existence. You have an experience and you can die. And if you die, that isn't based on society's definition of death. It means you literally, your brain smashes. So no, there isn't a reality out there independent of your opinion, and your ability to exist in that reality is an objective fact, independent of opinion, independent of society, and your ability to predict future experiences is independent of opinion, independent of society. There is an actual objective reality that we're engaging with, and that thing exists independent of anything anybody thinks.
So TJump, you perceive yourself to be alive, right?
Yes. Can that be wrong?
So if you jump off a cliff, and if you die, that you change as a state. Yes.
Wait. So can I believe I exist and be wrong? Is that a societal thing? Can I societally believe I exist and be wrong?
I mean, you're not right or wrong, because right and wrong is just whatever you think it is, right?
No,
or whatever
no,
what anybody
no,
else perceives it to
no,
be.
No. Can I believe I
That's a trick
exist
question.
while I do not exist?
I mean, you perceive yourself to be existing?
Can
right?
I believe I exist while I
But that
don't
belief
exist?
system is
No,
just
no, no, no,
some
no, 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 no.
neutron firing in your
Stop.
brain.
Forget about the belief system. Can I believe I exist while I'm not existing? Is that
Or
possible?
no question. Just give them a yes or no answer if possible.
Yeah, thank you.
What was
Oh wait, do I need to get a yes or no?
Yes,
or
you can. Yes.
TJump?
Can I believe I exist while I don't exist?
You can believe everything you want, brother.
That's not the
There's
question. That's not. Can
Yes,
I?
you can believe whatever you want.
No. Can
There's
I
criteria
believe
there.
I exist while I'm not actually existing? Can I
The
believe
answer
I
is
exist
no.
while I don't exist? Can I not exist and have the belief I exist?
It depends on what you
Spanka, this
perceive.
isn't a trap, dude. It's not.
It depends on what you perceive yourself to be as
No,
existing.
Spanka.
Wait.
If TJump does not exist, can he think he exists? It's not that hard, man.
Yeah, no. Everybody's always trying to trick me.
Finka.
I say yes.
I'll make it
English.
even
That's
easier
true.
for you. Can something that doesn't exist have beliefs?
This is not a trap, dude.
Okay, well, wait. I've known.
I don't even know why we're continuing with this shit now.
It's a basic logic question.
Yeah.
Yes or no, dude? Can something which doesn't exist
Can
think
something
anything?
that doesn't exist have beliefs?
How do you perceive it to be existing?
Oh my god.
It's a simple yes or no question.
Yeah.
Can something
I'll say yes.
that is what
Move on,
TJump
guys.
asked.
I'll
He's
say
obviously
yes,
not an
and I
honest
want
person.
to hear what you want to say.
But why would you say yeah?
Explain how something that doesn't
I'm
exist
curious
can
as to
have
whether-
beliefs. No. You said yes. Explain how something that doesn't exist can have beliefs. How does that work? That was TJump's question.
You perceive it to not exist, right?
How can
That's the question.
something?
Nobody's talking
not
about
you,
perception.
something,
Nobody
not
here is
you,
talking
not
about
Spanker Boy,
perceptions.
something that doesn't exist. How can that have beliefs? How does that work?
Or perceptions, for that matter.
Yes. That was TJump's question.
Okay, well, then I would say no.
Thank you.
Okay,
We
sorry.
got there. TJump, continue. We got there.
Something does not exist. Yeah,
TJump ran
T-
away
TJump
and is now banging his head on the floor.
I think TJump must have gone for a walk.
That's fine by me either. Can I finish the statement though? Because we'll go back to the God argument though, right? So
Before you go off,
Can you finish? Do you mean 50 pages? Can you finish, or do you
yeah,
mean
but,
like
but before you go
I'm
off,
sorry, I'm being
Micah,
interrupted. I want to be brief. I'll keep
you're
it
not
on
being
the
brief.
like.
Let me just ask you to clarify
Yeah.
something. Okay, so TJump asked you this question for a reason. Okay, so I think everyone here can perceive the reason, but you want to change the subject after answering it to something else. Now, would anyone like to pick up where TJump left off?
No, not really, because
Okay.
it's going to be painful.
I mean, it's just what T-Jump was trying to convey, in my opinion, is that something that cannot exist definitionally cannot have beliefs or traits or anything. It is entailed in the non-existence.
Logically,
Yeah,
and
you have to leave out the something that cannot exist. It is the something that does not exist.
If something does not exist, it cannot have a belief system. I agree.
There we go.
Good.
And then
So-
I just want to
It
go
cannot.
back.
It's not, and then it wasn't a belief system. It was beliefs, not a
But
belief
also-
system.
So
I
wanna-
was thinking you guys were going to entrap me.
no, we're not.
Oh my
wasn't
god,
a
it's not a
trap.
fucking
That's-
trap.
that's why you
is
wouldn't-
it?
That's
Why
that's
do
why
you
you didn't
think
want
that
to
any
answer.
level of fucking concession is just unconscionable?
That's why
this is
I
the
kept trying to
politics
tell you,
server.
Svenka. I kept trying to tell you, Svenka, it's not a trap, dude. It's
Okay.
literally an examination of logical entailments. It's kind of like, if this is a state of affairs, then what is entailed by the state of affairs? If the state of affairs is this, then this must be, this is therefore entailed. And to say otherwise presents a contradiction. This is how these conversations go. With virtually everyone we have up on these stages. Someone comes up, they present a state of affairs, we ask them what's their justification, and they break down their justification, and then we point out, we typically, well, this is how it's gone, we point out where the problems are in their justification. Either the problems in their reasoning, the fallacies they're appealing to, or whatever's going on, we say, nope, you've made an error here. And you've made an error here. You made an error here. So then we ask, in the face of these problems, how do you continue to justify these things? That's the whole point. It's not a matter of trapping you. It's a matter of walking through your paradigm and saying, oops, you've made an error here. That's it. If you've made an error.
What you perceive as a trap in a question is us trying to point out and to make you realize that there's a flaw in your reasoning.
Yes, this isn't a trap. It's an
Point out the
opportunity.
flaw. Not that we point out the flaw, but we ask questions so you will recognize the flaw by yourself.
This gives you an opportunity. So,
important.
Svenka, this gives you the opportunity to improve your model. Because if we point out where the model fails, you can then improve your model.
Sure.
Okay.
But I agree with you that something that does not exist cannot have a perception system, right? I agree with you on there. I was just afraid for the trap. Can I finish the thing about the God thing then? Please?
Before you go back to that, I want to just say, so TJump was talking to you earlier, and he was talking to you about the idea that something could exist, ontology, independent of your knowing it exists or not, your perception or your belief about it, right? So would you grant that you would at least have entailed by what you agreed to earlier that your existence could be independent of your perception of it? You grant that, right? Your existence is independent of your perception of your existence. Like, you could believe you don't exist but be wrong about it. You could just still exist. Your ontology can be separate from your epistemology.
I agree here. Yeah.
Okay. So what that means is you can start to think without immediately regressing to, but that's just a perception, but that's just a perception, about other things. And I think that's why he wanted to establish that as a ground for the rest of the conversation, is because if every single thing that anyone says causes you to regress to something like solipsism or extreme skepticism, or that's just a perception, you may be in kind of a cognitive loop because you're not thinking of ontology and epistemology separately.
And if I could just go back on a point from earlier, that it is the benefit of not having to prescribe, but to describe in science. We are just trying to figure out how
You're
the
rooting your
universe is.
system in science. These people are rooting their system in their belief systems of God or Muslim God
Exactly.
or right. Yeah. So everybody
Yeah,
has
yeah, but Svenka,
That's where they get it all wrong.
Yeah, but Svenka, you
Oh my
understand.
gosh.
You
difference-
understand why. Svenka, you understand why we utilize these very strict methodologies, and why we predicate our beliefs upon these things, the things that can be demonstrated to be true. You
Yeah.
understand why we use that,
You
right?
can demonstrate them to be true, and then you're gonna tell me I'm gonna regress, but you perceive that to be the basis.
It's
we
not
please
Right?
get
about
rid of this
perception. It's
solipsis?
not about perception. It is about the ability to have, first of all, independent verification and predictive power. That is apart. That is apart from your own sensory perceptions.
But that
That is
independent
having your
perception-
sensory perceptions.
Yeah.
That is having your sensory perceptions verified by two different methods.
That independent verification is both based on the same ideological system.
No, it's not, because if it can if it has predictive power, then it is independent of anyone's perceptions, because we can see whether or not that predictive power is valid and whether or not the predictions are coming true.
It's rooted in
through.
the same
So
system. Right? It's rooted in the same system. If I use Roman numerals and you use Roman numerals, then you both agree Roman numerals are there. If I use Roman
yes,
numerals,
but
and
if you use
Arabic
them
numerals,
wrong, if you use them wrong and I use them right, then I can prove what you perceive is wrong.
what is right or wrong is all dependent on what you've been taught.
No, Svenka, no.
Can we please get rid of this guy that doesn't even believe in true false propositions, and there's no delineation between true and
So
false?
yes,
Look,
Svenka.
if you're not capable of
doesn't
understanding that there are things that are objectively true and things that are objectively not true, why would we have a conversation with you? Do you even believe that God exists?
No, I'm an agnostic.
Okay, then why are we talking to you at all?
I said this in the beginning because I want to get my things across. I said in the beginning I can agree with a
this
lot
is
of
a
things,
completely
and
useless
I want to go
interaction.
back to the God argument, but you guys want to be in where we're rooting our system, which I also wanted to speculate on.
You're
but not
sticking.
half
You're
an
sticking
hour.
to rooting around in the system and in perceptions. You're the one who doesn't get to a god.
I wanted to go on 10 minutes ago, but you guys want to keep on with this conversation.
Well, that was Svenka. Svenka, the reason for that is because the reasoning essentially you were walking us along your path of reasoning, but there are major problems in what you were doing. We were trying to fix those problems, because if we just let you go, then the conclusion you're going to get to is going to be completely erroneous. All right. If the basic building blocks of what you're working with are like totally a misunderstanding of basic stuff like epistemology and ontology and how we determine the difference between that which is real and that which is imaginary, or the difference between true and false propositions. If you don't have a fundamental understanding of these things, you try to derive conclusions from them, then what you derive is going to be completely messed up.
And the original argument
biometrics
was trying to.
No, it's not by my metric. What the? I'm with Xerxes. I'm with Xerxes now.
We
Yeah,
don't
me too.
respect books, but it is not about the books. Although I love books, I
Oh.
love softcover, hardcover. If you're reading it in an ebook, it is not the books that we worship or revere. It is the search for knowledge. It is the peer-reviewed process. It is just trying to find the truth.
I agree
Yes.
with you. I agree that we're all looking.
It is the
for an
understanding that
answer
we
to our-
accumulate
to our-
outside of the books and then put into the books to teach to other people and to teach the methods that you do not understand.
Look, in the interest of wrapping this up, Svenka, why don't you, in one sentence or two sentences, state your thesis of why you think that we should be convinced that a God might exist? Because that seems to be what you've tried to say, is that you're agnostic and you think we're wrong to
God
be.
does not exist because God is only in your head because it's the belief system you depend on. And whether you believe in math or language or all these constructs, religion is also a construct. You can't prove them right or wrong because proving it right or wrong is your metric of right and wrong, and you can go
By that method, you cannot claim that a God does not exist.
And I cannot deny or confirm, no. But I personally do not believe a God exists because I have not seen him, I have not noticed him, I have not perceived him, but I am always welcome to be proven wrong.
But that's
And
only
I
your
want to
perception,
thank
which
all
you
the
think, which you think is faulty. So
Well, this is
But your
now you're
perception-
contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. My perception.
Yes, because
your perception of
you're
things are
using the
different.
same method now that science is using and that you are rejecting.
I'm not rejecting science. I'm saying it's your basis of
Can we please move on?
getting to things. I want to move on. I want to thank all the people in this
If
panel.
if you don't even understand that, then you're so completely lost. You need to go back to school.
Oh,
If you wanna
come on.
say I
You know what?
cannot understand
Svenka
something,
boy.
like-
Zanka boy,
Yeah.
thank you for coming on. We do appreciate your time. I suggest possibly looking into some kind of logic research, learn a bit more about it. I think it will help you quite a lot. And I don't mean this to be condescending. I mean this to be helpful, and I hope that you can take it that
we
way.
differ in our reasoning to get to a certain point,
Oh
but
my
we can
goodness.
all believe that everybody has their things rooted in their own reality. Yes. Yes.
No.
Thank you,
No.
speakers.
Yeah, it's not. It's
No.
not about personal. It's the fact that it's a shared reality.
One
Yeah.
of the people in my live chat has stated that this was the worst Matrix movie ever.
And he was not wrong.
I was going to say
That was a good perception, Jail.
This new Matrix is terrible.
it's also the $20 version of mushrooms, but we're sending love.
So that was a kind of a long conversation. Zionist Jules, thank you for joining us. Welcome. What do you have for us today?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yep.
You guys,
Loud and
you guys
clear.
actually caught me. You guys actually caught me at a bad time. I actually stayed in
come up
queue
again
like 2
later?
hours ago. No, I just wanted to. Can I come up later? But I just want to make just a
You can
really
come
quick
back.
question. Because, can I just ask quick questions?
Yeah, I can put you back in the queue if you like. We can put you up after our next guest.
Oh wait. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just ask the questions. Like,
Sure, go ahead, Zionist.
So first of all, I just want to get a clarification as far as I'm not sure what the consent is as far as the panel, but you guys are looking for evidence of God, right? You're not saying that you believe in God 100%. That is absolutely the truth. You guys are just saying no evidence of God. Or
Is he roboting really bad to anybody else?
Yeah, but I can make a
yes.
Question. Yeah, and
Yes.
We're asking people to present their best argument for why we should believe in God. It could be based on evidence, preferably, but sometimes people try to make arguments based on something other than strict evidence.
yeah, we're not completely 100%, or most of us. Some of us are in the realm to 90 to 99.9%. And so it's come here and present your best argument for God. Maybe it'll win over all the atheists, and we'll see Jesus or Muhammad or.
Yeah, something convinced them. We're asking what convinced them to present that to us because maybe it'll convince us.
Did he disappear?
I think
I think we might have lost him. He may have roboted out.
So, Zionist Jules, in case you can hear me, I'm going to move you back into the audience, and we're going to move on to our next guest for now. Oh, he did it himself. So just give me a moment. I'll bring up our next guest here. That would be Zaim. Now, where is Zaim?
Under Z for you and under Z for the Americans.
Doesn't look like he's in
Okay,
there.
let me see who's next here. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep everything in order.
There's Charismatic Pancakes, AJ General Lee.
Charismatic is next.
Okay.
Hello, Charismatic. I invited you up. In the meantime, did anybody have any thoughts about our previous guest there, what he was starting to ask, or did anybody really
I
get
didn't even hear him.
So
whatever Zionist was saying was so broken up, I couldn't understand it.
I would say that my thoughts are my perception, and I don't think I can trust them.
I thought you were talking about Zionists, not Zvenka.
Yeah, Zionist. But at any rate,
I didn't hear anything Zionist said because it was completely roboting for me.
Basically, seems to be saying, are we actually looking to be? Are we just all 100% convinced, and we're just looking here to bat theists around, kind of thing? And I would say we are, even though we have high bars of evidence and standards. I would say that we are actually looking to know what is true.
It's not the goal, but we can't help it if that's the way how it turns out.
Is charismatic there? He's still on mute.
I would say the
server is messing up on my end.
Yeah, mine too.
Yep, same with me. It's just spurging out.
See, I just see it as a lottery.
I'm getting Christmas light effects on.
Yeah,
my
me
side.
too.
Yep,
Me
same here.
I would say that the
I keep
goal...
scrambling my location on the screen. I was all the way
So I
over
wanted
at
to answer
end.
the question really quick. I would say that my goal is that I'm so confident that there is no evidence that I'm here to allow anyone the opportunity to present evidence so that I can show why it's faulty. But if anyone does happen to present evidence, that's great. But I'm pretty confident that they're not going to.
I think that's fair.
I just want to check because you left after that particular guest couldn't answer your question. You didn't bang your head on something really hard while you were gone, right?
Plead the fifth.
Okay, I want to bring on our guest. Okay, we have a guest from our audience here, Charismatic. Welcome, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
How's it going, everybody?
How's it going? What you got for us today?
It's going.
Yeah. So I guess I wanted to come up and talk about. I don't know if I know Xerxes and I have talked about this before, but if anybody else would like to have a chat, logical problem of evil. I am not convinced that this is a, I guess, a legitimate criticism of the theistic position.
It depends on whether or not you define God as both omnibenevolent and omnipotent.
Can you give us a breakdown as to what you think the logical problem of evil is?
Yeah, sure. So it's like, it would be something like, if God is all powerful, why would we live in a world where
nope, that's not
where
it.
evil does...
Hang on. Let him finish.
Sure.
If God is all powerful, go ahead.
If God is all powerful, I guess not even why, but if God is all powerful, then there would be some sort of if God is all powerful and all good, right? There would be some logical contradiction in us inhabiting a world where evil did exist, because if he's all powerful, surely he could have made a world where evil does not exist. If he's all good, he surely would have created that world.
You can just put it into a syllogism. Premise 1, a morally perfect omnipotent being would create a state of affairs that's morally perfect. Premise 2, our state of affairs is not morally perfect. Conclusion, our state of affairs was not created by a morally perfect omnipotent deity.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so I guess I'm wondering if anybody here is familiar with Plantinga's objection to this argument. And if they are,
I am.
Okay.
Well, for the sake of the audience who might not be familiar with it, why not line it out?
No, he just gives a tautological definition of goodness. This is the problem with Christians using proprietary definitions.
He wants to bring something up. People in the audience might not be familiar with it, so it would be a lot easier if he points it out. Then the people in the audience can follow the conversation as well.
Sure. So Plantinga says he takes a Molinist position, right? And he says that it isn't logically, the point is that he's not talking about logical possibility, right? He's saying that in response to this problem, it could be the case, right, that this world, this morally perfect world, would be infeasible for God. And the reason why it would be infeasible is because there are these counterfactuals of human freedom, of creaturely freedom, that he is not the truth maker of. These are completely independent of his will. And because counterfactuals of humanly freedom are independent of his will, something like the choice to do evil, right? Creating a world where everybody doesn't choose to do evil and only chooses the good would just be infeasible for him.
So heaven is impossible?
Yeah,
So
so
heaven,
I'm curious. Did he create?
Wait,
did
Peter,
he
Peter, hang on a
create
second.
the
Okay,
ability
wait,
for
stop.
the
Peter,
people?
Peter.
Stop.
So charismatic. Heaven is impossible then?
well, we're talking, when you say heaven, right? Heaven isn't part of the creative will that I'm talking about. When I
Okay,
talk
well,
about
is it like infeasibility is irrelevant? That's a stupid word to use for an omnipotent being. The only thing that an omnipotent being can't do is a thing
Well-
which is logically impossible. So, what is the logical contradiction with God creating a state of affairs wherein people freely choose to do the right thing all the time?
you just missed the point of the objection, though, right? Of Plantinga's
No,
objection. He's not saying-
charismatic. I
not
pointed at
saying-
charismatic. The point of the question was I was pointing out a contradiction in the worldview. Is that if the God exists and the heaven exists and the hell exists, this is all entailed in the worldview. But you're trying to give an excuse for why evil exists on Earth when it is entirely possible that it didn't have to exist on Earth. And this is demonstrated by the realm that is created by God, that would be heaven, where no sin, no death, no pain, no suffering, none of that exists, and everybody has free will, and everybody worships God, and it's all fantastic and great. But the existence of a heaven, the problem is that if it can exist, but it doesn't exist, but the God is morally perfect, and God can create a heaven, then why create this?
Well, in terms of why he would create a world, right? Like that's not a question that like the motives for why God would create a world. Like
No. It's the presentation of the heaven. If the heaven exists, that means God has created both. Okay? So, but it's already created the heaven. So why not just create the heaven, which the heaven comports with the omnibenevolence? The earth does not. That's the logical contradiction. Because it's either God couldn't have done it otherwise, or God is not good.
No, but you see, JL, the problem is that that when you're talking about heaven, and then you're talking about what the world that we inhabit, right?
Okay, charismatic.
I'm talking
like
about
you just take his question and remove the heaven element of it. What is the logical contradiction with God creating a state of affairs wherein people choose to do the right thing all the time?
Yeah, no. You're missing. This is the point I'm saying.
No,
I'm not
just
saying that
answer
it's
the
logically
question. Is it
I'm trying
impossible for him to do that?
No, I've been trying to. What I'm saying is, and Plantinga says this, it's not. We're not saying that it's logically impossible. We're saying
Then
it
it's
is
irrelevant.
logically possible. We're saying that it is logically possible for this world that you're talking about, right? We're saying it is logically possible for it to exist. What we're saying is perhaps it's just infeasible for that to happen.
Infeasibility is a stupid word to use when talking about a being that is
That's
omnipotent.
not a criticism.
There is no gradient to the
One
challenge
second.
that an omnipotent being could possess. It cannot be thwarted. It has no
What
creative
is-
limitations.
what is
It's
the
void of
relevance?
restrictions.
One sec.
There is no
One
such
sec.
thing as being infeasible for an omnipotent entity. That is the most retarded word you could use.
Wait.
Can I explain to you why it is?
Yeah, what do you mean by infeasible? What is this relevant to the argument?
Yeah, because the reason why, right, is because it is, when I say infeasible, right, I'm referring to something that would be dependent on the counterfactuals of humanly freedom, right? These are independent of God's will, right? So if
What
I'm
does that
saying,
have to do with the
if I'm
argument? So
saying
how
the
does
choice
how does-
means nothing.
Wait. So walk me through this. So it's logically possible for God to create a morally perfect world, but he doesn't because
he's created a world of free creatures with he's created a world of free creatures.
You just
that
said a
have
minute
the-
ago it is
Wait,
not logically
let him-
impossible
let
for
him-
him to create a world with free creatures and make it morally perfect at the same time. That's not impossible. So if he didn't do that, then
Yeah.
he's by definition not morally perfect.
Well, if he didn't do that, that doesn't follow, first off. And the reason why it
If he
doesn't follow
does
is
not
I've given
do
you-
what is morally perfect, he is not morally perfect. What the hell could you be describing about God when you say he's morally perfect? If not that he does morally perfect things.
Xerxes, the reason why I'm giving you a reason for why it could not be the case. Right now, you're just saying it's
No,
stupid
I'm
because
asking you
don't
why
like-
is it No. The only things that God cannot do are that which are logically impossible. You just admitted that there is not a logical impossibility with God creating a state of affairs wherein people freely choose to do the right thing all the time.
Sure.
If there were
Absolutely.
such a contradiction with said state of affairs, that would mitigate the concept of free will altogether, because then you would have to be arguing based on the counterfactual that there is something which compels us all logically. It is a logical necessity that at least one of us will do the wrong thing at some point. But
Yeah, you
that would
keep
just
talking about
destroy the concept of free will
you keep
altogether.
talking about logical possibility, right?
Because
And
that
you
is
keep
the
trying to
only
hammer,
thing which God is incapable of doing. If it is
and you
logically
keep
impossible,
trying to.
God can't do it because it's not a thing to be done. If it's not logically impossible, God can do it. And with the properties that we assign God, being morally perfect or omnibenevolent, we can infer then that he would do it. If this is true of God, this must be true of the universe. This is not true of the universe, therefore this is not true of God. That is the
Okay.
logical problem of evil. It is just a
Charismatic.
lowest
sure.
going.
Okay, just to clarify, charismatic. Am I led to am I led to believe that you think there is no logical contradiction in a morally perfect being acting in a not morally perfect way?
That would be the way you just framed that. I would say that's a contradiction.
Okay, so therein lies the seed of what this problem is that a morally perfect being cannot act in a way that is immoral. It's morally perfect, so it can only act in a morally perfect way.
Sure.
Creating a state of affairs that is not morally perfect would be a contradiction to its nature, to what it is. So it's morally perfect, it creates morally perfect things, because to do otherwise would be imperfect.
Sure.
So
unless there's something, right? Unless there's something that's delimiting, right? This is what
Which
like
there's
Craig
not.
says, right?
Which there is not.
If there's a
not.
limiter on God's creative ability, then it is not omnipotent.
There is, right? Because the point is that what is delimiting this would be the counterfactuals of humanly freedom that he's created. Now he could have like the Molinist could say, like, could just bite the bullet and say you're right. Like he could have just created a world.
One sec. So the argument we've made is that we can have freedom and have a perfect world. Therefore, God creating freedom is not incompatible with a perfect world. So
Yes,
it doesn't
yes,
matter.
exactly. And I've like stated multiple times that I'm conceding this is a lot. Like I'm saying this is logically like a possibility. Like I've conceded that multiple
Right.
times.
So if God
and
can
you guys
create a
keep
world with free will and whatever else, but didn't, he must be immoral. So it doesn't matter if God created a world with free will and we can still be without suffering, but he didn't, he
But-
must be immoral. It doesn't matter if we have free will.
But if he the point is if he's not the truth maker of the choice of the consequences of that free will, right?
Right. That means God didn't
then
create it.
If you he create, what do you mean he didn't create? I'm saying he
If God
created the
isn't the
agent that
truth
would
maker, then God didn't create the world. So if you're saying that we created the world, that he created like
No,
a
no,
starting
no, no.
point and
He's
then
not
we
the-
changed it, he's no longer the creator. We are.
He's not
This is
the truth
completely
maker.
nonsensical. This
He's not
argument
the
does not
truth
track
maker.
whatsoever.
He's not the what I'm saying is he's not the truth maker of the consequences of the choices of
Yes,
that
he
free
is,
will.
because he's the one that decides how our choices will generate effects, right?
Right,
When I go running in the morning, okay, he's the one that created my body with a particular anatomy that would tire me out, and then it would make me gasp for air. He's the one that created that cause and effect. He's the one that dictated the cause and effect that if I were to walk up to somebody and stab them in the chest, that it would hurt them, that it would be deleterious to their well-being. And he knew in advance, with infallible foreknowledge, all the consequences of all the actions that anybody would ever take. It is lunacy to suggest that he's not responsible for that and didn't know it in advance, or is not somehow the reason for the counterfactuals.
Well,
He
that's
knows
not
all
what
of these
I'm saying.
propositions with infallible certainty in a mono thought, according to the Craig's theology and Flanagan's theology. So this does not get you out of the logical problem of evil. At best, all you're arguing is that he's kind of not omnipotent, but kind of omnipotent at the same time. It just doesn't make any sense. Either he is devoid of creative limitation, or he's not. If he is not devoid of creative limitation, then you can get out of the problem of evil by just saying that, well, God is perfectly good, but he can't control everything. Or you would have to say God can control everything, but he's not perfectly good. It is those two characteristics that are at fault here. In order to solve the logical problem of evil, you have to abandon one of them, which it seems like your argument is just tacitly doing that, but doing it in a very sneaky way.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that means, like in a
Well,
sneaky
essentially,
way,
you're
right?
trying to
Like,
you're trying to weave your god around the swords of logical entailment, and it doesn't work that way. You can't have your cake and eat it too in this scenario. Is essentially what Xerxes is saying. You can't have it both ways. That the logical entailments indicate one conclusion or the other. You can't fit it through the keyhole of both, because then ostensibly you are altering the definitions of the attributes you're giving. You're using like Xerxes pointed out in the beginning. You're using proprietary definitions that nobody accepts in this. You're basically changing the words to mean what you need them to mean to try and defeat the problem. But the problem is that doesn't work that way, because if you change it, then ostensibly you're creating an entirely new scenario. You haven't addressed the problem because you don't want to deal with the problem.
well, I feel like I am addressing the problem, right?
Let me rephrase the problem for you so that you can help you to understand. A god who would have created a world with free will without rape would be better than a god who created a world where the possibility of rape was an option. God did not create a world where the possibility of rape was not an option. Therefore, he's not morally perfect.
Okay, that's just like, I feel like this is just like restating, like, I feel like I get what you're saying, TJump. I feel like you're just restating, though, the idea of, or reformulating the logical
Charismatic, how are
problem
you
of evil.
losing the plot here?
The reason
Okay,
I'm doing that,
we can
one
literally
sec,
just frame this from the
one
words
sec,
of
one sec.
Epicurus.
So the reason I'm doing that is to give you an option. Try to apply whatever your argument is to that example to show how it is not the case that a god would be more morally perfect if he created a world without the possibility of rape. You use your counter example to try to show.
Well, I haven't given an actual argument, right? I'm just giving you reasons for,
give your
for
reasons
a justification.
Give your reasons why a god who created the world with the possibility of rape is a morally better god than one who would have created a world without the possibility of rape.
Right. So, like, that's where the Molinist is just going to fall back on, like, we could talk about morally sufficient reasons that, God
Which is
could
again
have.
incoherent because Molinists and Christians alike use tautological, meaningless definitions of good and moral. When you say moral in the Christian worldview, all you mean is that which conforms with the edicts or character of God. So God having a morally sufficient reason is just God doing whatever God does. It doesn't mean anything. It's completely devoid of explanation.
Go ahead
It's
and give
nonsense.
your reason. Go ahead and give your reason of why you think a god allowing the possibility of rape is not immoral.
Well, I've just said, right? Like, and now
What is it?
Xerxes wants to say Xerxes wants to say it's a tautology.
Just
right?
give your
But
answer. So what is your answer? Go ahead, walk through it.
I just said there could be a morally sufficient reason that,
No,
like,
there can't.
you and I. Well, what's the
meaningless.
argument for that? What's the
Because
argument
it's
for that?
logically possible to have any morally good reason and not rape. So any logically possibly good reason that you could ever potentially have can be in a world without rape.
No, he's specifically
I'm
saying
just-
that God could have a morally
I'm just
sufficient
hearing-
reason for the
I'm just
possibility of rape
hearing-
specifically.
Right.
Right,
I'm
but
saying
I'm
that
just hearing you, like-
whatever that morally sufficient reason is, there's a logically possible world with that and no rape.
Okay, like, I'm just hearing you restate the claim, though, TJump. Like,
No. All
Charismatic.
you're doing,
If you cannot
is
demonstrate
stating
a
the
logical
claim.
contradiction in these states of affairs, then you have to admit that they are logically possible. Therefore, they could have been instantiated by God. So what you are necessarily arguing is that God intentionally instantiated a state of affairs that was of lesser moral value than what he could have, which would immediately impeach the characteristic of being all moral or morally perfect.
Well, there's
that
a bigger
makes
problem.
no sense.
There's a bigger problem. So Plantinga's argument is that there might be some sufficiently moral reason to allow rape. He doesn't provide it. He doesn't give a morally sufficient reason. He just says it might be. And I could say there might be a world that has that reason but doesn't have rape. Now those are epistemically equal positions, and so you can't reject either one there, which means if it's possible that there is a logically possible world with whatever the good is, free will, whatever, and no rape, and God still created rape, he must necessarily be immoral. So you would have to prove what that sufficient reason is, and then I would have to demonstrate to you why you can still have that without whatever evil you want, and I can do that very easily.
okay, so, like, I understand what you're saying, right? But I don't think you've actually addressed, like, the actual crux of the issue here that Plantinga brings up, right? When he's talking about, like, when I say Xerxes seems to reject this outright. But when I say that there is something that would be delimiting God's ability to actualize this world, right? And the thing that would be delimiting this would be something that he is not the one that
So he's not all powerful.
controls it.
So he doesn't control. He's limited. His power is limited. Yes.
Yeah, then he's
Sure.
not omnipotent, which has been pointed out.
Well, the point is that this is going to be what I'm talking about. I think the point is this is going to be
Charismatic. What is the definition of omnipotent?
Logically prior to the creative decree, right?
What
That's the whole
is
point.
the definition of omnipotent that you are using?
What I'm using, for God, just all powerful.
Okay. Is there anything God can't do?
Is there anything that God can't do? You mean logically? No.
Other than logical contradictions, right? He can't do logical contradictions.
Yeah. So God can't make a square circle or a one-ended stick or a married.
That's
bachelor.
fine. Okay.
Well, that's
so whether the
you
answer is just flatly no or no, flatly no or well, except for logical contradictions, it doesn't matter because in either case, either A, you would have to demonstrate that this situation wherein God creates free people in a perfectly moral world at the same time is a logical contradiction. Somehow you would have to demonstrate that, or you wouldn't, because you would just say that there is nothing God can't do. So even if it was a logical contradiction, God could still create that state of affairs. So ultimately, God can do whatever he wants to do. Apparently, what he wanted to do was create a state of affairs that is morally imperfect. Therefore, he's not morally perfect. The only other alternative is he didn't have a choice over what state of affairs was the consequences of his actions. Right? He can't control everything. He's not omnipotent, but he is morally perfect. But you cannot have both. The logical problem of evil is the argument that if God were both omnipotent and omnibenevolent or morally perfect, the world that we live in would not exist. And that argument is repeatedly demonstrated through these logical syllogisms that both I, JL, and TJump have presented to you. And every single time your attempt at responding to them is, well, there's some kind of limitation on God's power, which is the fucking point. That's the whole point of the logical problem of evil. Either God is not omnipotent, God is not omnibenevolent, or God didn't create this world, in which case he doesn't exist. Those are your options. And you seem to keep leaning back on God is not omnipotent.
Well, it just depends on what in the logical order of things you're talking about, right? Like if you're talking about like this logically posterior to the creative decree and this world that you and I inhabit, right?
It's Calvinist garbage. It's Calvinist garbage. It's not even.
Order doesn't matter.
I'm not a
legal statement.
Calvinist.
The order makes no logical difference.
I'm not a Calvinist.
Wait. The order
I'm not a Calvinist.
I know you're not a
I'm
Calvinist.
I don't care.
What you're repeating is Calvinist
the order
garbage.
doesn't matter. The order has no logical
No, it's
relevance
not.
to the
It's
argument.
Molinism.
I don't care which denomination. It doesn't make a difference. The order makes no logical difference to the argument.
Yeah, the order
doesn't.
The order doesn't change anything about the nature of the entity. The entity is going to be omnipotent no matter what order it creates anything in. It's still going to have its nature. Okay, it's not. If you're saying that the God is defined this way, then the God acts in a way that is logically contradictory to the way it is defined. That is the problem. That is what TJump, that is what Xerxes, that is what I and probably many, many other people have tried to convey to you. You define God this way, but God has apparently acted in a way that is logically contradictory to the way you define it. How do you reconcile this problem? Your attempt to reconcile this problem has been to essentially redefine the attributes as they're understood. Essentially, you're removing God from the problem. Is all you're trying to do, is because you can't reconcile the problem. So obviously, but because you believe that God exists, then God, this problem must not entail to God. So therefore, obviously, God is defined in a completely different way. That's the only way out of this, is to literally change God. So either God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, or God is not omnipotent and omnibenevolent. If you want to go with God is kind of powerful, but not all powerful, and God is kind of good, but can't really control everything, and maybe has a dark side, and maybe is kind of a deceiver like Allah is, If you want to go that route, then fine, there is no problem. But if you adhere to this standard kind of Christian idea that God has these attributes, you cannot get out of this. So which is it going to be?
Okay, well, yeah. So I think I don't. I think that by me saying that God is omnipotent, right? He's omnibenevolent. Sorry, I'm getting my omnis conflated
Omnipotent,
here.
omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipresent.
Right. Omnipotent and omnibenevolent, right? Like, I've given you a reason, or I've said multiple times that, like, I think in fact, I would say that I'm even more committed to the omni than most Christians are, because I'm not just saying that he knows, or he's all powerful and he knows the way things will be in this world that we inhabit, but he knows the way things would have been in every possible world that would have been inhabited, right? So I feel like I'm the one that's actually doubling down on
Okay,
omnipotence
but
here.
charismatic, that makes it worse. Earlier, you said that it is not impossible for God to create a morally perfect world and have creatures with free will, meaning that is a possible world, and God saw that possible world, and He made the decision not to create it.
Exactly. Okay, he could have seen that possible.
Therefore, he's not morally perfect.
And I'm saying, and I give a reason for why it could be the case that he didn't create it. Right now, your response to that,
The
as far as I
only
can
possible reason that he didn't create it is that he's not morally perfect.
That's not the reason.
It is a logical entailment that a morally perfect being, if given the opportunity, would create a morally perfect state of affairs.
That's
In fact, it could be argued that it can't be argued that it can't be anything else. If the thing is defined as morally perfect, it cannot act in a way that is not morally perfect. Because if it does, then it is not morally perfect. And there is not. And when you're talking about the omnis, and that means that there is nothing external to this that can influence that or decide what it can and cannot do. Everything. All of this is completely arbitrary. The existence of the earth, the existence of human beings, human experience, morality, all of it is completely arbitrary in the face of the deity that you have described. Because God can do ostensibly in your worldview whatever it wants, because you define it as morally perfect, because it acts in accordance of its nature, and its nature is immutable, then therefore it must act in a morally perfect way. So if this world itself, which supposedly is created, is not morally perfect, or if it could be more morally perfect than it currently is, but God chose not to do that, you have just contradicted yourself in that. Or essentially the God has contradicted itself.
The other way of getting out of this, which is
there's another contradiction.
If I just say, right, it could be the case that in a world of creaturely freedom, this is the world that is the maximized good, right?
No, that's false. That's not
it.
That's not just false. That's logically impossible, because we're constantly making the world better every day.
Bingo.
Like if you thought that this world that we existed in was the most, like, the best it could possibly be, you would never do it. You would never be outraged by crime. You would never be outraged by anything that you consider morally wrong in the world, because this is the best it can be. It couldn't be any better.
No, Xerxes, you don't understand. That statement I made, it doesn't mean that this is the terminus of goodness, right? This world will continue to go on, continue to evolve, right? So my statement could be bootstrapped into consequences hundreds of years down the line to where
because the improvement of the world is arbitrary in the face of an omnipotent entity. It's completely pointless. Especially, and this is only compounded if you think that this thing is omniscient as well. If you think this thing knows is in possession of all true propositions throughout all of creation in that respect, it only becomes more problematic. But the improvement of the world is irrelevant, because it could have just created it in the final state. That was a possibility. Just created in the final state. Human beings have free will. Evil is not a problem. Evil does not exist. And we can all choose to deal and all live our happy lives. Boo, 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 whatever, we're all good to go. Cuckoo, cuckoo, I am the walrus. When it comes down to it didn't do that. That's the problem.
There's another problem with this that I want to go over, and then I'll just stop talking and let everybody else take over. But this is another issue with the problem of evil argument that I don't see a lot of people touch on. If you want to have it this way, charismatic, if you want to argue that it's epistemologically acceptable for there to be a being which is definitionally all good and definitionally all powerful, and that it is capable of instantiating states of affairs that are not all good, okay, well, I can just flip that around on you and say that it's acceptable, epistemologically speaking, for God to be all bad and all powerful, and he just happens to create states of affairs that are not all bad. He only uses some apparent temporary good to achieve a greater evil in the long run, and you have absolutely no way of defeating that.
Yeah, and this is
At which
defeater
point,
for
it's
the
a
whole.
it's just a bald assertion on your part to say that he's all good and all powerful, despite the fact that we see that this world is not all good, because what you've necessarily done is reduced those labels to meaninglessness.
This also just defeats the divine command meta ethic in its entirety. So if you hold to divine command meta ethics charismatic, then the problem that an all evil God could exist who is deceiving in this manner, and there's no way, based on the definition of the meta ethic of divine command, which just says that God's commands have the power to make things good, then you just don't have a logical meta ethic anymore, because God's commands could just make things that are horrible good by definition, and then good and evil are just meaningless terms.
So we've been running this for almost half an hour. There's one thing I wanted to add, Charismatic. You mentioned that you're very committed to the omnis, and I'm wondering how you reconcile omniscience and omnipotence, the paradox between them, where if your omnipotent and omniscient God knows that tomorrow there's going to be snow falling at my home, and then tomorrow comes along and he decides to change the weather before it falls snow to rain or sun, effectively invalidating his omniscience from the day before. How do you reconcile that paradox? And then I think I'll probably...
Well, so I'll try to address Randolph and then the previous person. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. So Randolph, I guess for you, I would say that my position is going to be that in the terms of the logical ordering of things, once the creative decree happens, there is nothing that would be changed. That is to say, if at your house tomorrow it was supposed to snow and then it turns to rain, that's because it was the creative decree at the origin point for it to be so. It's not because God went into the world, per se, to change that, from day one to day two, or from day to day to tomorrow.
Okay, so I don't think you're quite answering my question, because I asked if God decided to intervene and change it. He's taking an action, using his omnipotence to do this. And by doing this, he would be invalidating his omniscience. I'm wondering how you reconcile the paradox here.
Well, I would just say that that's not something that he would do.
Okay, so you can't reconcile it. Okay, you can go ahead and answer the other question. We'll give you a couple of minutes, and we should move on to our next guest, because we've been here for about half an hour. Thank you for trying to address it.
Yeah, I can. If you guys got other people, I can step down. So.
Well, I think you wanted to respond to somebody else who was talking just before me. If you wanted to do that for a minute, we'd be happy to.
My name's Six.
Yeah, but I'm. Can you repeat? Sorry, I'm just really bad at question stacks. So can you?
Okay.
I guess.
So Xerxes made a point, and I just wanted to support his point and show that it's even stronger than what he's saying, or there's a conclusion to what he's saying, which is that if you reduce the concept of what good means by saying that good is just whatever God decrees, and if no amount of good or evil in the world, evidentially speaking or logically speaking, is going to sway you from the position that, well, God just decreed these things, so they are good because God decreed them. God must have a reason ultimately for everything, and you can't even interrogate the goodness or evilness of any result of his decree, because he's just defined as the person who has the power to make things good, which this is the divine command meta ethic. Do you subscribe to that divine command meta ethic?
Yes.
Okay. So if you do so, then you also cannot rule out that God could be evil. And if God were evil, anything that God decreed to be good would be good by definition of God, decreeing it so. So if God was not omnibenevolent, if God decreed that torturing people as much as possible was good by definition, then you cannot hold the view that just giving the power to decree things makes them good by definition, because it's also possible that God could just agree like ultimate depravity to be good, and it would just be true by definition.
Yeah, I would say like I mean, if you were to put that into a syllogism, like I think I don't think I would like dispute it. It seems like it would be like I would have to bite the bullet and say this is a possibility. Sure. I just think I have good reasons.
Well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even say it's a possibility. I'd say it's an actuality, because the words "good" and "evil" aren't even meaningful in this context. There's just what God wants us to do and what God does not want us to do, and describing them as good or evil is just the mere subjective whims of people. We just squabble over these random strings of sounds and letters because of the connotations that they pack. But things like moral, immoral, right, wrong, good, evil, none of these words mean anything if your worldview is true, charismatic. Because there's just that which we should do to avoid going to hell, and that which we should do. God commands certain things, and the reason we ought to do the things He commands us to do is because we're going to be tortured for all eternity if we don't.
Well,
that's it. There's no real world consequence at all. No real
I think
world.
that's a pretty like drastic representation of what the Christian is trying to say, like for why, like.
Well, it's taking it to its extreme. It's saying if this is possible, then let's just take it to where basically where it's going to go. That by pointing out that extremity shows you how ridiculous it is, because there's nowhere you could reasonably put a line of demarcation there between, oh, God wouldn't do that, God would do this. So it's just, that's the point. It's not that it's just a matter of like, okay, well, let's take it to its limits.
All right, fair enough. Good chat with you guys.
Thank you, Charismatic, for coming on. We always appreciate everybody putting time into this, and we look forward to speaking with you again.
One last question, Charismatic. Have you read Mackey on the subject of the miracle of
Jail? No, I have not read Jail Mackey. No.
Okay, so what I would recommend for anybody who's going to go deep on a Christian theologian apologetic or whatever is please read the source that they're attacking, right? So Plantinga's primarily trying to refute the miracle of theism in Mackey. And if you don't actually read Mackey or Oppie or any of the other people who've critiqued Plantinga extensively, then you're going to be able to just maintain confirmation bias and believe the theologian that you last read, who you were most convinced by. So maybe read that or read into it at least, and come back to it.
You said, sorry, just to repeat,
Mackey?
You said Mackey or Oppie, Graham Oppie?
I mean, Oppie covers all of the arguments, as does Mackey, but Mackey specifically, I think, covers this in most depth in the Miracle of Theism. And I can read you quotes from it, but I don't want to take forever. But he just says, look, like Plantinga pretends like he's defeated the logical problem of evil. He hasn't. The trans-world depravity concept is illogical and doesn't work, and just sort of undermines the whole argument, and so on and so forth. So I would read that if you're wanting to study this more.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Charismatic. Take care.
I actually wanted to make one final argument there for a little bit. So I think the better way to phrase the argument is that if there was an all perfectly moral, all powerful being, it would have created a world where it was impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. Anything less than that, it's immoral.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
Amen.
Zionist Jules, welcome back. Hopefully you've got your audio sorted out. Just
better?
Yeah, it's much better. And just to let you know, this is not really about interviewing us. What we're interested is in your argument for that could convince us that a goddess or a god exists.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to know for this platform, would it be just like you guys are looking for evidence, pretty much?
Yes.
Right?
We're evidence or whatever it would take to convince us. Yes.
What kind of evidence are you looking for?
I was going to say, I would actually say good evidence. I would prefer empirical evidence, but I'm actually open to whatever evidence convinces whatever theist.
I'm happy with any.
I'll
evidence.
take any.
Wait, well,
I'll
wanted to
take
answer
any
his,
kind of like.
I wanted to answer his question there. What kind of evidence? The kind of evidence that can
Yes.
differentiate imagination from reality. That's the kind I like.
Okay, so like for example, we know the existence of water. The chemical formula for that is H2O. It's been there's multiple literature on that. There it's scientifically proven water exists.
Sure.
Right. So there's no without a doubt water is a real thing. We're not going to
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I don't think that's possible for. I think evidence for those kind of claims are because it's just because there's a lack of like concrete empirical evidence for an existence, right? And this is
There's
coming from
also
a guy
a lack of concrete empirical evidence for minotaurs and griffins and
Sure.
dragons.
Yep. Unicorns, dragons, right? These all sound very nice, right? They all sound very aesthetically pleasing, and for some people, like people that's into D&D, right? Dragons is something that they absolutely adore and love, right? But they're not real. We don't have empirical evidence of it. We don't have any scientific like process to actually extrapolate any evidence to conclude that dragons are real, unicorns real, and I also believe any flavor of God. So the Christian God, Islamic God, whatever God that we've conjured up in our minds, I don't think there's any evidence to that.
So is there any
or
more
the evidence
evidence
that you guys are.
Is there any more evidence for God than there is for unicorns? Anything that shows God isn't like a unicorn?
So
Now,
where are you going with
wait,
this?
can I-
Are you
can I-
arguing for
oh,
God or
sure.
not?
So I'm actually a Christian. I'm a Protestant Christian.
Okay.
I go to church every Sunday.
Okay.
And now you might be asking, okay, so you just stated that the Christian God, there's no proof for the Christian God. Or
Well, I don't. I just want to know again. What is the
Hmm.
difference? Is there any evidential difference between God and unicorns? Yes or no?
No, there's no difference.
You
There-
need
there's
this
no.
now?
There, I
that it?
think that yeah, I'm sorry. I think that there's no evidential difference. And I think when you're saying that the level of evidence, right, that's available today.
Yep.
I don't think there's a difference between unicorns or God.
Okay. Isn't that kind of just admitting that there's no reason to believe?
But I feel like, so I don't think there's any evidence for the Christian God or any of our imagination of a God. But strangely enough, I'm still a Protestant Christian. I don't think there's a Christian God, but I think there is some like undefined entity that has created us all. I don't have any evidence for it. It's just a inkling, it's a
Okay,
feeling.
but Zionist, you're not a deist. You're a Protestant Christian, so you don't just believe in an undefined entity that created us all. You believe in Yahweh, the Abrahamic God of the Old Testament, who incarnated himself as a human in the New Testament and sacrificed himself to himself as a proxy sacrifice to atone for the sins and transgressions of mankind, but only on the condition that they actually believe it happened.
Yeah, socially.
It
So
was-
like wait, hear me out.
I'm sorry.
So hear me out. Wait, you gotta hear me out. So I was raised in a
Yeah,
Protestant.
I'm that kind of Christian, but only in certain social circles.
No, seriously, yeah, in those social circles, right? I don't believe in this. When I read the Bible when I was like a young kid, I was like, what the fuck is this? This is absolutely absurd and stupid. Why would people believe in this?
So why are you a Christian?
Because of the community aspect of it. Right? A lot of my friends and family are from church. And,
Okay,
I grew up
do
with them.
you believe a God exists?
Yes.
So
Okay,
But not the Christian.
So you're a deist.
yeah, I was gonna say you actually sound like you are a cultural Christian for community, but your actual beliefs are deism.
Yeah, you're a deist masquerading
still-
as a Christian because Christian girls tend to be kind of freaks.
I'm
That
still
wasn't
stuck on
my
something
reason.
that you said at
the
the
latter
start.
reason was
Zionist, I'm still stuck at something you said at the start. There's equal evidence for God and unicorns. So when on
That
Sunday
was
you're on your
TJump.
way to
TJump asked me a
church,
question.
hold on. When on your way to church on Sunday, do you ever have the urge to stop on the way there to feed the unicorns?
No, because they don't exist.
Right. So if there's
I
equal
don't
evidence,
know. I don't know if they exist or not. I've never came across one. There's no evidence that unicorns exist. So
You responded to TJump. You responded to TJump that there's equal evidence for both.
So shouldn't
Yet
we believe
you go to church,
God doesn't
worship a God, but you
No,
do
I'm
not
sorry.
stop on the way
I
there to
misunderstood.
feed the unicorn.
Okay, guys.
Maybe-
I think at this point, this is not a fruitful discussion because Zionist is admitting to us that this is not something that, like, he doesn't believe in religion or Christianity based on reason. He believes in it due to the community that he gets
cultural
as a
reasons, yeah.
consequence of the of participating in these behaviors, right? Like, it's not, it's not like a sincerely held conviction. It's more of a practice thing.
But
But
Zionist
like a
did
practice,
say-
pretty much.
maybe, like, I mean, he just admitted that there's no evidence for God. So I mean, we can move on to the next person. At this
Yeah,
point.
my last point would
Wait,
just be if you can do that, I get why you would do that given someone's background, or maybe if they enter a new clique. I'm gonna keep on
Makes him
saying
feel
it.
good.
Exactly. But I'm
Yes,
gonna keep on saying secular
wait.
people.
So I do
Okay.
want to point out. I primarily believe the reason why I'm pretty sure our ancestors used religion for whole sorts of reasons. One of them being survival, right? But like nowadays, we don't need that, right? We live in a modern society. We have like military, all this infrastructure, blah blah blah, right? I think just like I think the person that was before talking said, I think religion is more of kind of like it's a tool for people for emotional purposes, spiritual purpose, coping mechanism, and or like me, a community reason, right?
Well, that's
and-
why I
and,
was
uh,
saying that you
yeah.
can actually get. So I think that religion has a few things that it gets right. The problem with religion is that the few things that it gets right always comes with like it's a double-edged sword or there's a silver lining. It comes with we have a community, however there is a definite in-group, out-group, and this sort of thing, where in a secular community it is just there is the in-group and other people that are just kind of vaguely not interested. So if you're into movies or you're into knitting, like if you're in a secular version of that, you form a community, but there's no like anti-knitting club that's going to try and take you down. So it's the healthy version.
Okay.
Sure. Wait, I do have like one more question, and then I'm out of here, right? So there's this contradiction in my mind that, and I don't know, maybe you guys could help me out with, right? So how do I explain this? So we can, I don't know, I'm not going to assume this from you guys, but I believe that we came from something, right? Cause and effect. I came from my mother. My mother came from her grandmother, etc., right? We came from something. Like we are the whole universe, the existence, something. It's just like a line of cause and effect, cause and effect, cause and effect. I don't know what that's called. I'm pretty sure there's like a more esoteric word to describe that. But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? There's a cause and effect there. But at the same time, when you talk about the idea of God, right? There's a lot of people that think God is the singular cause that created all these effects, but the logical problem or the logical issue with that is infinite regression, right? Which is, okay, well, if that's the singular cause, what was the cause that created that singular cause? And then you could go all the way down, to infinite causes of whatever, right?
Well, the infinite regress kind of like that. You don't need that. It's an infinite regress. That's it. And there's no logical contradiction entailed there. So there you go. That's it.
What was the question? So yes, there's God or nature. What's the point? What's the point?
Oh well, no, I was kind of confused as to how do you guys just are I don't know if you guys are perfectly fine with this, but I don't understand how we can just say there's an infinite regression, but at the same time, there are some people that might say something like, we came from nothing, right? There are like atheists that says like, we just spawned out of nowhere.
No, we don't. No, nobody says that. Like the idea of something from nothing is logically contradictory. It's
Not
no
only
one claims
that, But it only comes from theist circles, and
Yes.
so
Well, Lawrence Krauss said the words, but he meant something different. He didn't.
He
Literally
meant something
mean-
completely different, right? So Zionists, essentially, when you hear like people claiming that atheists like believe that something came from nothing, ostensibly what you're hearing is the Christian projecting their own worldview onto the atheist, and with the God and all that the God entails, and then just removing the God from it because we don't believe in a God. So essentially, they're taking the Christian world, removing God, but leaving everything else in, and claiming that's what atheists believe. It's a misrepresentation of what atheism is, and so that's what they do it to make atheism sound ridiculous. Because something from nothing is ridiculous. So
there are other straw mans that they use, like we came from rock soup, because that sounds a little bit more, funny than saying that we are carbon-based life forms that probably formed under hydrothermal vents.
It's like a false dichotomy. It's a kind of like a bifurcation. They're saying that if it's not God, the only other possible option is that, and they're completely ignoring other possible explanations, known and unknown. So there's it's a very kind of limited approach that they're using when you hear that, there's some limit in the way they're looking at things.
Right. So the options are there's an infinite regress of nature, or there is a necessary thing of nature. Those are the best options.
Sounds
okay,
good.
so wait, so you guys believe that infinite regression is logical?
Yes, as do every physicist.
There is no contradiction entailed.
I'm
okay. I don't. Is there like a physics knowledge that I'm not understand or not know that
there's you can go to there's a paper called what's it, Fundamental Attitude Towards Quantum Mechanics or something along those lines, and it's a poll of physicists, and they ask about different models of what they think the origin of the universe was, and like 87% all think infinite regress.
So this is just once again, I'm assuming this is all theoretical physics.
Okay,
no,
we're running out of time. We're running out of time.
Theoretical physics is things that have been confirmed. So everything in theoretical physics is better than religion. Anything in theoretical physics has infinitely more support than religion, because theoretical physics is only allowed to use things that have confirmed bases in reality. So everything
but
in
once again,
physics is better.
Right, but you're not saying theoretical physics is like the absolute truth. It's just closer to the truth than all these religions can explain.
Yeah, that's how evidence in reality works. Everything is a little bit closer.
Okay, all right, that's.
I just thought that was hilarious. Is there something I don't know about physics? TJump, yes.
Can I ask you a quick question before you go, Zionist? You stated before, to summarize, that you like being Christian because it's beneficial community-wise, but you also stated that you just personally hold the belief in some kind of a higher power. You never told us why, unless your reason is because of the benefits. Like, it's just easier to just go with the group.
So that's funny, because the reasons for those two are completely different.
That's what I thought.
I identify as a Protestant. Yeah, I identify as a Protestant Christian.
I don't care about that. That's social. Yeah, just tell us why you believe in some kind of higher
for the
power.
deist,
Before
reason.
you do that, can I just ask, is one of those reasons closer to the brain with a mind, and then one of those reasons located to a different brain? Okay, you can go. Much lower.
It's actually a really it's not rooted from anything. It's just a personal aesthetic reason. I just like the idea that
there would be a God. It would be better in your mind if there was one.
I cannot prove it. I don't know why I believe in it, but I just like the idea that there is some like overarching like entity that created everything.
Would you say it's like a preference? Like you would prefer a world where God exists, so you choose to believe it for just that reason?
Sure. Yes, it's a preference.
I mean, at least you're honest. That's fine. I just wanted to hear the actual reason.
I actually wish every conversation of every theist was exactly like this, right? not the grifting, not the excuses, not the something blah blah blah. Just simple. Answer the question.
Not the veiled
and that's all I did. I just answered the question.
Zionist, I have a question. Because you brought it up, the whole thing with the infinite regress and where do we come from. I, as I stated earlier, I grew up in a predominantly atheist country, pretty secular. The whole idea of God didn't come up. Is it important for you to know where everything came from? Would that have somehow an impact on your life and how
Nope.
you would lead life.
Practically
Exactly.
speaking, if I didn't know anything about God, if I didn't know my origin, it wouldn't eat me alive all day. I would be too busy doing something else, working on my degree, being in a relationship, being with family.
Okay. Peter,
you and I fully agree on that specific point. That was just one thing that I don't think that I've ever mentioned that, because it wouldn't have any impact on my life. I would still
But Peter,
be the same person trying.
I will make this caveat, right? I do believe that there are people that rely on these systems, these religions, Islam, Christianity, right? And without it, they would not function. They would like literally, if you disprove them tomorrow,
I
without
agree.
a doubt, that Christianity and Islam was no longer, these people would drop like flies. They would have no will to do anything.
Yeah.
They would be depressed, or they might even go crazy and kill themselves.
So what we need to do is
I agree, but that is the only one last sentence, Randolph, and then I'm finished.
Trying to talk, Peter. We're running out of time, and so
okay. I had one sentence to close it up.
Stop! I'm trying to suggest something here. That we continue this in a future episode. We've run out of time. IX asked a question over time. You've asked a question over time. We've got a few minutes to get one last guest on. We need to move on. Zionist Jules, thank you very much for joining us.
My apologies, and thank you for the panel. Thank you so much.
Would you like to join us in a future episode? Please do. The next one will be
absolutely. I would love to join you guys. Yeah. You guys are fantastic.
I'm sorry, Peter. I had to do this because we're running out of time. Thank you very much. We're going to bring on one last guest.
Not
here.
A big deal.
General Lee, come on up. We've got a couple of minutes here. Yeah, and I know it was.
There's a Dodge coming up on the panel.
I was listening for the last couple hours here, and I totally am empathetic to how impatient it is. You all have to be to even convince, or at least try to convince these unconvinced. But on the last guest. He's LARPing. He's live action role playing a Christian. And he doesn't want to admit it. But if more Christians and more people, I want to close this up because
can you read minds? Generally. Sorry. I have a question. What number am I thinking of?
I don't read minds. No. I do
7.
Not.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you don't read minds, I would strongly advise you to not make any determinations about other guests.
Oh, okay. No. Sorry. I'm just saying. I personally, okay.
I personally find that very insulting that you would. I find that personally very insulting that you would speak for him.
Oh, I'm not speaking for him. Sorry. Let me
pretty
rephrase
clear
that.
voice.
Peter, let me rephrase. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry. All right, let me just go back.
There's a difference. There's a difference between stating he is or I believe he is.
Yeah, sorry.
You can believe whatever you want.
I believe.
Okay, this is fantastic. Okay. Generally, what do you got for us, bud?
Exactly. Convince every
No, I'm not trying. That's actually not what I'm trying to do. I'm saying every individual has a unique perspective, right? And when they come into the world and given a worldview that is God is everything, that bias is formed. So then it's much harder later in life for you to get out of that, right? So what I've seen here are people who they can't understand the logic of outside of secular thought, but the world. For them, is like everything in the universe from Planck length to parsecs is the world, and God is controlling all of that. But I argue, well, what if he was outside of that? Like, why is he part of the universe? What if he wasn't in this universe? Like, is that an out for some people? Is that one way for them to be able to believe in this entity instead of saying God is the perfect omnipotent everything, and we have to make our own proprietary logic to make that work.
Just interrupt.
And then when people who understand logic argue back and forth, and you'll never get anywhere because they simply won't accept they're wrong or in the terms of logic, objective logic.
It depends. can this God interact with our reality? They may transcend it. Can they interact with this physical realm?
I think they should say no, or at least say go like, oh, to me or some personal. They should have some that would help them be more accepting, I guess, because if they say it's perfect and we have so many examples of imperfectness, then they lose their argument. But because they have the proprietary monopoly on good and truth, anyone who doesn't believe in that they see as literally like existentially a threat, right? So they only answer with insults or answer with, you are threatening my existence because with your logic and math, which I don't believe in. I'm like, but regardless of your belief in that, it still is. And then you you get the arguments we've heard.
Do you believe in God?
No, I do not. I do not personally, no. But I've spoken with like people who do closely, and like one particular, I had a lieutenant colonel who was my unit's minister, or chaplain, and we had long conversations to the degree that I think like I was able to convince him more that his particular like cult denomination, he should have a non-denomination, as in to accept more than just his particular. And I think that was at least progress on my part. But yeah, break it down to religion is tribalism that existed as long as we've existed as humans, but in our modern world, we have much of the answers that in our old world didn't have. And though the traditions and comfort people have in the church and all those groups, but they alienate themselves from the rest of the world, which acknowledges all of the things that we do, that we are not in control of so much more things, but if we know, we understand more, I think. But as much as I want to try to make people who believe a certain thing acknowledge truths outside of their belief, the most difficult thing is to get them to understand your beliefs do not affect. Like the beliefs are your own. You can have these beliefs and emotions because you are human, but the world it isn't fair, isn't just, isn't perfect. It is cause and effect and chaos and all that, all those things, as one in my particular experience as being a veteran. But anyway, that's all I have to say. I don't know. I just wanted to wrap that up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack the previous person. But I'm just saying that I think a lot of people are live action role playing a thing that they don't realize until someone calls them out, like role playing.
So I can understand that view. Can I tell you? I actually want religious fundamentalists to go in his direction. I mean, my joke is that I have, you go to a rabbi and you say, Rabbi, I don't believe in a God. And they go, God? Who needs a God anymore? And so I want that for Christianity. I want that for Islam. I want that
Right, because unicorns and dragons are awesome. Like, right? Like, if they said it in that way, I wouldn't care. Like, that's fine, D&D all you want, but it isn't. It's when they go, I fear my God. My God will compels me to do these things because I see evil. And when they're in the practice of that, they become evil. You're like,
the
what the
fundamentalists
fuck?
and the literalists. Like,
Right.
I appreciate and admire that they are openly saying what they believe, and in the text, however, it is horrific and horrible in the way that it's generally thousands-year-old ancient superstitions that, while they once created a community, now it impedes it oftentimes. But yeah, sending love generally. Anyone else? I don't want to.
General Lee, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it. If everybody's okay, I think we could bring up one more guest if we can keep it under 5 minutes. Does that be all right?
I mean, I'm here for
Okay.
it. If you don't want to do that, I mean, we can just like move over to the
welcome
atheist
to
VC and do it there.
okay, welcome to Adelaide is better than Melbourne. How are you? What have you got?
I am great. I haven't been here the whole time, but I've been here for the last three guys you've had on the panel. I've been listening.
I think I know you. I think I know you, and I think Brisbane is better, but only biblically.
I haven't been to Brisbane, so I can't comment on that. But I've been to Melbourne, and it's like Los Angeles.
All right. So what's your you got an argument for the existence of God, man?
Oh yeah, apologies. I like to make 3 points as quick as possible, and then
Okay.
I'll like you guys to poke holes, and I'll respond. You guys were saying if God is all powerful, He could create. And then I'll like you guys to poke holes. A world where people have free will and everything will be good. I find that in itself a contradiction. You guys say if He's all powerful, you can't make contradictions. If we had free will, there would not be. It would not be a perfect world. Like even if He set it up, the seas eventually offspring, future generations will screw it up. So that's
Why? Why?
Because
Why?
that's a contradiction.
No, how is it a contradiction?
We had free will to do bad things fundamentally.
Okay,
Otherwise-
wait, hold on. Yes, we have the free will to do bad things, but why is it necessary that we actually do them?
Well, biological components.
Well, hold on, wouldn't God be responsible for the biological components influencing our behavior?
Sorry, say again.
Our biological components are not a matter of choice. We don't choose which biological components we have, nor do we choose how they influence our behaviors. That would be God. God creates the natural world, or I should say it's actually the artificial world, but whatever.
It's a test because the tribal societies always had like a chief that would have 40 or 20 women, but like fundamentally Abrahamic law suggests that we should have one wife, even though that
That's
goes against
false.
our sexual desires. Oh well, Islam has.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Abrahamic law does not in any way indicate that we should have one wife. But as far as like the free will thing, have you ever murdered anybody, Adelaide?
No, but I have in the last year or 2 years groomed myself for the possibility of the necessity to kill someone, but I will not appreciate the need to.
Okay, well, we're not talking about like self-defense. I'm talking like, have you ever just like wantonly murdered anybody?
No, of course not.
Do you agree that there are people who live their entire lives without ever wantonly murdering people?
Of course. And there's
So
people
just
that
because a
will-
person has the free choice to do something doesn't mean they ever will, right?
if they have the free choice doesn't mean they ever will.
Okay,
So
so
you're saying
why is
fault-
it? Well, hold on. Why is it logically impossible for God to have created a state of affairs wherein everybody freely chooses to do the right thing all the time?
Well,
Ostensibly, no situation would ever arise in this world by the edict of this God that would necessitate or result in these things being chosen.
So your guys' position is if we had free will, the environment would not ever allow our free will to ever commit an act that
There would
goes-
never be a situation in this world where murder was a logical result, where murder would be necessitated. No one would ever.
I mean,
have
it's
to
not
determine-
even. It's not even that. It's just like imagine a world exactly like this one, except nobody ever does anything wrong. Not because they have to, not because they're compelled to. They just simply choose not to. So, like, arguably, with the Christian worldview, in this world, every single person on earth is compelled to be sinful. So we don't actually have free will. There is nobody who, other than Jesus, who has ever lived or ever will live, who is capable of living a sinless life. We all have a sinful nature, and we are therefore stripped of free choice because at least one point in our life, we're going to have to sin. We can't get out of it. We're
Xerxes,
compelled somehow.
Xerxes,
But hold on, Peter. Hold on,
Xerxes,
Peter.
that's only true if you reject the. I was just adding, if that's only true if you reject the infancy gospels.
Okay, so like with Christianity, I mean, like either you believe that we're somehow compelled for whatever reason to sin, or you don't. If you don't believe that we're compelled to sin, in which case we would have free will.
we are compelled to sin because it's the
Because then we don't have free will.
of Adam and Eve.
Then we don't have free will.
Well, okay, I see that, but it's sort of like a yin and yang argument, isn't it? Because it's an internal battle.
Well, I mean, is free will itself necessary? Do humans have to have free will, or could have God created them without it?
Well, technically, we don't have free will because we act on emotions. We're flawed creatures.
Okay. So we don't have free will. So God could have created a state of affairs when we still don't have free will, and there is nothing morally wrong with the world, but he chose not to. So therefore, either he is incapable of doing such, or he didn't desire to do such. In either circumstance, he's either not omnipotent or not omnibenevolent or morally perfect. That's the logical problem of evil. One or the other. You can't be both.
Adelaide, I have an assisting question. Does free will exist in heaven?
He just said free will doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. Like, he just admitted that free will doesn't exist in this world, so free will isn't even.
It doesn't exist here, but does it exist in heaven?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he's saying that God created this world, and that God is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, and he created this world without free will, so that's fine.
No, hold on. I believe two contradicting opinions can both be true at once. The Trinity, for example. I don't want to.
Okay, that's just wrong. I'm not even going to entertain that. That's just wrong. That's definitionally wrong.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
You said you had 3 points. Do you have 2 more? Want to wrap them up?
Oh yes, and you guys. I feel like a lot of people, a lot of atheists or a lot of disenfranchised people, just agnostic people that are interested in subject, but they never have the motivation to believe.
Well, we're not interested in the meta because we're really time constrained. So if you have another argument for God or another thing you think is evidence for God,
why does not God make it obvious enough? If he does, then there'd be no reason for faith.
But faith,
that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing.
Hold on. Faith is something that religious people build into religious belief because they know they can't prove it's true. Right? That's absurd. Like, let me ask you a question, Adelaide. Does the God that you believe in want to have a relationship with everybody?
I feel like he only speaks to them when it's absolutely necessary. Well, not literally speak, but...
Okay, what does it say in the Bible about whether or not God wants a relationship with everybody? Okay, goodbye. I guess he didn't want to answer that question.
There would be no need for faith. That's a good thing. It's like, come on, man. It's like
1 Timothy 2:4 says that for God wants for all people to know the truth and be saved. Okay. And ostensibly that would entail having some sort of loving filial relationship with God. If that's the case, I fail to see how making everyone know that you exist for certain could in any way be deleterious to the goal of having a loving filial relationship with them. If I had a child out there, can you really think of like a way in which knowing that I exist would be more deleterious to a loving filial relationship between me and my child than not knowing that I exist?
Well, it's just you're so powerful. If he knew you existed, he'd be forced to love you, and that'd just be so unfair.
But that's dumb because every single Christian in the world claims that they know God exists. They believe it sincerely. So are they all forced to love him? Or are they all like acting out of their own self-interest just because they're convinced that God exists now?
I'm inclined to go with the fear prospect, that they're all terrified of it. They're terrified of the prospect.
This is dumb. Okay, this is so dumb though, because if God, if he exists and he didn't want to like contaminate our decision making with prospects of punishment and reward, then why the fuck is the book that he wants us to read littered with prospects of punishment and reward?
The moment that you question, there's just like a floating over your head. And I'm like, no, it'll be fine.
None of these. So this is the problem of non-belief, and I see that like Christians don't have any escape from this problem, but it's a little bit more rhetorical than it is logical because Christians can just keep running down the line of any potential excuse they could give for why not everybody knows like God exists. And then you have like precepts and Calvinists who think that everybody does know, or they claim that everybody knows, but we know they're full of shit, so we don't even have to entertain them. But we're like your conventional or average evangelical Christian in the United States. They don't think that everybody knows God exists for certain. But that's a problem because if not everybody knows God exists for certain, well, there's some issues with that within Christianity. Why is that the case? Why doesn't God reveal himself to everybody in such a way that we know he exists for certain? And unless, again, you're a Calvinist or a Precept, there's no response to this. There's no way to get out of it. They just keep getting gradually more and more absurd, the reasons. And you just keep swatting them down over and over and over again. But I would like...
You cut out.
Oh, you just cut out, X.
I would like
everyone to have an awesome day or night.
Oh God, just
thank you.
revealed himself to Xerxes, and he just got completely befuddled.
Yeah, thank you.
No. My mic cut out. It disconnected.
So thank you to everybody for tuning in today. This turned out to be a really great episode. I think we're gradually getting better at these things. There are a few people who are waiting in the queue, but what I'm suggesting is that we try to continue with them on our next episode, which will be on January the 8th of 2023. We're not doing a Christmas Day
one?
episode. Yeah, we're not.
Well, I mean, to the people that are in the room, if you want to have a conversation with an atheist after this, then just hop in the Atheist VC. There'll be a couple of us in there.
That sounds great. Is that in
I
this?
will go open that up. It's in this server. Yeah, I will go open it up right now.
Yeah, if you can get an invite link, Xerxes, and share it in the chat.
It's a voice chat. It's just down. It's just down in the guest text.
Oh,
it's in the same server.
It's
There's
good
a voice
to have you
chat.
back, Xerxes. I really enjoy your contribution.
Thank you, buddy.
Randolph,
Xerxes, someone in my live chat would like you to know.
atheist,
Someone in my live chat would like to know. Sound just like Jeremy Sisto.
I don't know who that is, but I'll take it as a compliment.
It's
I
a
think
compliment.
Peter, you're trying to ask me something.
Yeah, as an atheist, I have to conclude that you have fallen in the war on Christmas.
I have.
We're not having a show on Christmas.
No, it's because I have family commitments.
How
Lame.
unatheist of you.
Lame.
Okay, so
unatheist.
I think what we're going to do is go on with some final thoughts before we close down here. X, did you have some final summary of anything that was covered here today you'd like to highlight?
Yeah, I wanted to reiterate how much I appreciated what Xerxes ended us on. The whole point of God being a trickster God who is literally deceiving us so that it will be a meaningful choice that we would choose him because that's somehow necessary in the theodicy of free will and moral defense against the problem of evil and everything. It's ludicrous. And if you want a way to laugh at this, and maybe laughter will help you see the problem with it more than logical arguments, just Google Bill Hicks, Dinosaurs in the Bible. Watch Dinosaurs in the Bible by Bill Hicks. He's a comedian who just lampooned this to the ultimate degree by describing what happens when you get to the gates of St. Peter and they ask you if you believed in dinosaurs.
Thank you very much. TJump, did you have any final thoughts?
Potato.
I knew it.
Potato again. Okay, you're quick and easy. Thank you. And probably delicious if cooked properly. JL Warren, any final thoughts today?
This was really, really good. I think the stage went really well. Had some good conversations. Everybody did fantastic. And I think a lot of people. I think there was some good progress. I mean, some of them were pretty productive. And yeah, I'd like to see more of it. We are getting better at it. And I'd like to see more of these in the future. So yeah, I'm kind of bummed that our next one's not going to be until January. I'm going to have to cut a corner off of your atheist card there, Randolph, for not making a Christmas show. But
I have time. I'll make a Christmas show, but it won't be for this. It'll be for something else. But I've got family commitments, unfortunately, and
That's
a
all
lot
right.
of people have family and they're busy and whatnot. And
we won't yank your atheist card. We're just going to cut a corner off of it. But if you lose all four corners, you're done. Yeah, it's like we're going to have to pull that card. You're going to go back through retraining through our atheist training camps. But yeah, it was a pleasure.
I'll try to find that card so you can cut one of the corners off.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, X. Thank you, Peter, Amy, Randolph, TJump, Xerxes. I know you're out there. And, of course, all the guys that unfortunately were busy, Jefferson, and, of course, Jack Burton. Thank you to everybody who popped over in the live chat as well. This was awesome. It's fantastic. Look forward to the next one. And if you want to continue the conversation, anybody in the live chat, I am currently live on my channel at Bridge the Divine. It's literally at JL Warren is my handle on YouTube because YouTube has handles now, or youtube.com/JL Warren. So just pop over. You can jump in the live chat and we'll talk there. Otherwise, thank you all so very, very much. This is amazing.
JL, one quick question. How long are you going to be live for after the show.
Probably a few
Yeah,
minutes
yeah.
because I've probably just a few more minutes just to kind of wrap up. I've got dogs I got to take care of. So
I was asking because we still have to have a chat, and maybe we could do that after you went off air.
Peter, please take this kind of stuff offline. What are your final thoughts for today, Peter?
I think we had some pretty good guests actually, especially the second to last one. I really liked talking to him. We still get a lot of good guests on the shows that we do here. So I really appreciate people taking the time to come up and have a chat with us, and it all being so cordial as we are getting here. We used to get some trolls. For some reason, we no longer get a lot of those anymore. So I'm really happy with that.
Well, that could just be a temporary reprieve. I don't know. You can't predict trolls. Thank you.
I kind of miss Jason the Worm guy.
Oh, he wants to come on, but he's had some trouble getting on this Discord for some reason. But maybe next time.
Link to the Atheist Voice Chat and the Heathen Hangout for anybody that wants to continue the conversations afterward. So
Ed,
I'm gonna head back right now.
Did you have any final thoughts?
I was almost finished. There's one more thing. If people don't have anything else to do or don't have anything better to do, in a few hours, Arn Ra will be live, and we will be reading the Book of Mormon, or at least trying to. But if you want to learn more about the Book of Mormon, that's probably the show that you want to look for. It's read by a bunch of comedians. So
you recommend watching the musical first, as like the quick primer on it?
We have covered the musical a couple of shows ago, and put the link in the chat. I think so. Yeah, we've talked about that too.
Does Arn Ra have the golden plates? I'm kidding.
No.
You got to get him some golden plates for reading.
So there is another thing. So we did at some point. Someone said Arn has a pirate costume because he had his parrot on, and Arn said if I get a donation of $100, I'll do an entire show in pirate costume. Within a few minutes, he got $100 in a donation. So if people want to donate, that's good too.
The flying spaghetti monster will be proud. King Xerxes. Oh, I guess he doesn't have any final thoughts.
I was to join him in the voice room. It's called the Atheist Room.
Yeah, and Amy Newman, your final thoughts for today, and then I have a few.
Sure. I just want to say, first of all, potatoes are great because you can boil them, mash them, and stick them in a stew. And I just want to say, Randolph, that it is okay to do whatever you want on Christmas as long as you are taking the Christ out of Christmas. I feel like that's really what's important.
It's not even there to begin with.
Exactly. But yes, I would just say that there's a reason that I love the discussions. There's a reason that why science is the best methodology that we know of currently that discerns fact from fiction. And so my biggest two pleas to what I would call the cultural Muslim and the cultural Christian is that you can have everything that you want from those communities, but you can have it even better when you have gotten rid of all of the baggage that these Abrahamic and theistic belief systems come with. And so you should be pushing once again for family, community, and yes, even tradition, but without the need to believe in a God. So I just want to thank everyone again.
Well, no multiple sex partners.
Oh, look, hey, that's true. I'll tell you, that'll be my asterisk. Please have as many sex partners as you want, as long as the other sex partners know. As long as they know, hell, make them join in.
As long as they consent.
As long as they consent, exactly.
Yeah.
But yes, I do want to thank everyone. I have a channel. I'm just Amy Newman at YouTube and all of those internet platforms, but JL Warren, TJump, and Randolph Richardson have all been streaming. You should all like, follow, and subscribe because they're amazing content creators. I do want to thank Peter and X and Xerxes and everyone that's been joining us. Thank you so very much, Randolph. Oh, and once again, it's basically a mourning holiday. Please remember, everyone, this Tuesday, in honor of our host, who, as TJump said, was here with us in spirit, please remember Taco Tuesday.
Thank you, Amy. Yeah, so there is one point that came up for final thought I have here. At about 1 hour and 25 minutes into our conversation, I had asked our guest if the cosmos could qualify as an immovable object. And I think their response was it might be an irresistible force. It would be, I think, an interesting topic to explore at some point. Because I don't think anybody's really explored this one before. So we will hopefully be able to get some exploration on this at some point. Call it cosmic exploration, I don't know. But I think that's one of the great things about these free exchanges of ideas, these conversations that we have, is that sometimes some new and interesting perspectives come up and new ideas even, and that can hopefully turn into something worthy of exploration later on down the road, get more people talking about these things. A special thanks goes to the Politics Discord for hosting this stage for us. We greatly appreciate all that you do, and we do promote you, so that way when we're advertising these events before they come up, we also have a direct link to your Discord guild here, so hopefully that helps bring in some new members for you as well. And thank you to everybody here on the panel and everybody who's tuned in. We greatly appreciate our audience, and we hope that everybody has a great holiday season. A happy Christmas and a Merry New Year to everyone. And one more thank you to Taco, who has some commitments that he couldn't make it today. He is the organizer of this event. We thank him for bringing everything together. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you again in the new year.